A very good morning, most distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick announcement. Please, it's very important that you sit at your respected seats. So we have seats allocated for each and every one of you. There are some VVIP seats. We're expecting a couple of VVIPs to join us. So please, we implore you to please sit at your respective seats. We'll officially begin this very auspicious event in a couple of minutes, but we need to be sure that everyone is seated at the right seat. So once again, please, it's very important that you sit where you are allocated to sit. Thank you very much. Thank you. Once again, most distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's very important that we respect the seats. There are some seats that are allocated to the VVIPs. Please make sure you sit at your very own allocated seats. Thank you very much. We're about to begin in a couple of minutes, but we need to make sure that everyone is well seated properly. So once again, please, let's respect the VVIP seats and please try to sit at your allocated seats. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I've been directed to announce that breakfast is ready. Please kindly use the entrance that we use to access the hall. You will see the dome area, and that's where the breakfast is. It is very visible, you'll not miss it. Yes, and the breakfast will only last for 15 minutes, and that is when we will witness the arrival of His Excellency, and the program will start. So please kindly walk out and take your breakfast. Thank you.
All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, please, you can make your way outside to have some light breakfast before we officially begin the program for today. Thank you very much. The breakfast will last officially for just 15 minutes. So please, you can make your way outside and quickly grab something to eat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, breakfast is being served outside. It's just for exactly 15 minutes. So please, you can step out and grab something to eat before we officially begin the business of the day. Once again, you can quickly step outside to grab something to eat. Thank you. Final announcement, ladies and gentlemen, breakfast is being served outside, so please, you can make your way and have something to eat. Breakfast is for exactly 15 minutes. Thank you.
disappear. Maybe you're just in my mind, my mind. You're just in my mind. I know, I know, I know. You exist in my soul. When I'm feeling down, I'll go to that place where you are, where the skies and the seas are one.
No, please. It was sick. It was made for you. All right, guys, let's go on.
Something's happening now. Something's going on. Something's going on. Something's going on.
Miss Temitope, please report to the stage. Miss Temitope. Amber and Sheyi, please report to the stage as well. Thank you. Amber and Sheyi, Miss Temitope, please report to the stage.
Shay, please come to the stage. Temitope.
Ladies and gentlemen, tea break is officially over and breakfast time is over. Ushers, please, let's have people back into the hall. We are about to officially begin the business for today. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, breakfast is officially over. We need people back into the hall. We are officially beginning the business of today. Ushers, please, let's make sure everyone is back in the hall and in their respected seats. Thank you. Please, as you make your way into the hall, please look for your respected seats and sit very comfortably. We are officially going to begin the show today. So please, it's very important that you sit at a very comfortable seat for you to watch everything that will be happening on stage. Please, mind you, let's pay attention to the VVIP seats because we have some VVIPs joining us much later. But the breakfast is officially over. Once again, breakfast is officially over. Ushers, please, let's direct everyone back into the hall. Temitope Akinyemi, please, you're needed. If you're in this hall, please come to the stage now. Temitope Akinyemi. Temitope Akinyemi. I've announced that.
I still want you. You know that I still want you. I still want you. You know that.
Hello. 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 Outside. Hello. It's not. Please, can I have your attention? Right now. So we need. Very much. Thank you. Very much. That's already.
I still want you. I still want you. You know that. Call my name just one more time. The light has changed, but you're still mine. I know it hurts when we go round and round again. We lost so much together, but don't you know that I still want you. 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 You know that I still want
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please, as you make your way into the hall, please get a very beautiful seat and make yourself comfortable. We'll officially begin in some couple of minutes, but we want to make sure everyone is well seated before we officially start our business for today. So please, as you walk into the hall, it's very important that you make yourself comfortable. You get your respective seats and make yourself very comfortable. Thank you very much. We'll officially begin in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Yes, and while we get ourselves settled, please let us do well to observe the reserved seats for the VIPs and the VVIPs. Thank you very much.
Most distinguished ladies and gentlemen, will officially begin in a couple of minutes. We sure need each and every one of you seated comfortably before we begin the business of today. Thank you very much. It's very important that we have everyone back in the hall seated comfortably for the business of today. It's the Abuja Dialogue 2026. It's definitely going to be a fantastic time. We need everyone seated in order for us to officially begin today. So once again, most distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, as you make your way in, it's very important that you get your respective seats and sit. Thank you very much. We are officially beginning in some couple of minutes, but we need to make sure that everyone is well seated before we do that. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'll need to all be seated before we can officially begin the event today. We're waiting for everyone to sit comfortably before we start. So please, as we walk in, let's make ourselves comfortable on our respective seats. We're about to officially begin this very beautiful morning. Our very beautiful ushers standing and ready to make sure they direct you to your respective seats. Ushers, please kindly make sure that everyone is seated very comfortably. Ushers, please walk around now and make sure that everyone is seated comfortably. Thank you so much. We're about to begin, but we need everyone well seated before we officially start this very beautiful morning. So ushers, please kindly walk around and make sure that everyone is seated comfortably. Thank you. Ushers, thank you. Please, let's walk around and make sure that everyone is seated comfortably. Thank you very much. Ushers, please, let's walk around and make sure everyone is seated comfortably. We're about to begin the event. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have your phones with you, it's very important that you know that you can stream live on the Lateef Jakande Leadership Academy Facebook and YouTube. We're going to be streaming live, so for people that are not here, you can just quickly share the link to them. You can stream live on Lateef Jakande Leadership Academy on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you.
that the program is organized.
No, I'm giving a shout out to my team.
Yes. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, may we kindly take our seats as His Excellency, the Vice President, is about to walk in. Together, the Governor of Lagos State. Okay, and the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President. So let's kindly take our seats and prepare for takeoff.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very good morning. Please, right about now, we would like each and every one of you to be seated as we are officially beginning this event this morning. Please, once again, we would like everyone to be seated. Thank you so much. Ushers, please, let's make sure we have everyone seated. We're about to begin the Abuja Dialogue 2026. Most distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, we need everyone seated right about now. We are officially about to begin the Abuja Dialogue 2026. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, let us welcome the entrance of His Excellency, the Deputy Chief of Staff, together with His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Abuja Dialogue. Thank you very much for coming, sir.
A very beautiful morning to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here today. The Governor of Lagos State has officially walked in. Thank you so much for joining us here today, sir. A governor that is so passionate about the youth. A governor that always speaks about youth empowerment and supports the youth. Thank you so much for joining us right here today, the Governor of Lagos State.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, most distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please may we all be seated. We're about to officially begin our event this morning. It's definitely going to be a fantastic one. A lot is going to be said here. We're speaking about youth leadership and the importance of youth in governance. Once again, I welcome you to the Abuja Dialogue 2026. Mr. Governor, the Executive Governor of Lagos State has just joined us now. Please, let's have everyone seated. We're officially about to begin. We'll soon take the national anthem and then we officially begin our event this morning. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's make sure we have everyone seated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the meantime, let me seize the moment to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Youth Development, Mr. Ayodele Wisdom. Thank you very much for joining us.
Please let's put our hands together as we celebrate him. Thank you so much for joining us here today, sir.
And we also have in our midst the National Youth Leader of the APC, Mr. Dayo Israel. Thank you.
All right, we celebrate all our VVIPs that have joined us from different parts of the world to celebrate with us as we speak about youth leadership today. Welcome to the Abuja Dialogue 2026, where we get to speak about youth leadership and youth taking up spaces in government.
I also like to especially take a moment to acknowledge the presence of the members of my constituency, the young people in the house and the youth leaders in this house. Thank you very much for taking the time and being here with us. All the youth leaders in this hall, thank you very much for joining us this beautiful morning in the State House Banquet Hall. Thank you. And we also have in our midst members of the State House of Assembly of the State of Lagos. Also have the members of the State Exco of Lagos, heads of agencies, parastatals, and ministries here with us. We also have special advisors and senior special advisors and special assistants, and all political aides of Lagos State government here with us. I would like to especially, on behalf of Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, to welcome you all to the Abuja Dialogue. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please may we all rise as we celebrate our beloved country, Nigeria. May we all rise for the national anthem.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. May we all be seated.
His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, His Excellency, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the President, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadija, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Working Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, His Excellency Dr. Bafemi Hamzat, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, the Technical Advisor to the Vice President, His Excellency, the Honorable Minister for Youth Development, members of the House of Representatives here present, and other members of the heads of ministries, departments, and agencies of the federal government of Nigeria, and members of the State ESCO of Lagos State, heads of ministries, departments, and agencies, the Executive Secretary of Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, Aishat Abaje Okunadi, distinguished guests, my fellow youth, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And my name is Yusuf Salisu Funtua, and I will be one of the hosts for the Abuja Dialogue happening right here in the State House Banquet Hall. And together with me is the amazing Rakia Abdul.
Thank you so much. A very good morning, Abuja. Because we're in the center of unity, I'll start with Inakwana Mutana Nagesheku Mungode Kunzoyo. Thank you very much. Once again, welcome to the Abuja Dialogue 2026. It's beautiful that we get to have conversations surrounding the youths. They often say the youths are the leaders of tomorrow, but we say the youths are taking center stage now. And it's beautiful to see a lot of youths here that have come from different parts of the world. So for our youth in Nigeria, I say to you, thank you for being resilient. Thank you for having the can-do spirit. And thank you for flying the flag of Nigeria very, very high. We celebrate you today. Today, there's going to be a lot of conversations surrounding youth and having youth in leadership, because when youths take up leadership, the country becomes a better place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for us to begin this very auspicious event, we will start with having our first opening remark. And for this lady I'm about to call on, she is one that has changed the narrative in the field that she is in. Ladies and gentlemen, she is a distinguished professional. She is a strategic leader. She's one that believes in the power of youth in governance, and she has shown this in everything that she has done. She sits at the heart of this mission. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together as we welcome the Executive Secretary of the Lateef Jakande Leadership Academy, our very own Miss Aisha Abaje Okoade. Please let's put our hands together as she gives us the opening remark. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all our distinguished guests. Good morning, Your Excellency, Mr. Governor, Your Excellency Dikos, all the honorable ministers here present, all the Lagos State Exco members, good morning. We thank you for being here. This is a great day, and it's a day that we never thought we'll see coming, but we're very fortunate to have this moment. So thank you. So, this is a really big one for us, and but I must start with saying I wanted to express my sincere appreciation to the Office of the Vice President for this partnership, support and shared conviction that made this dialogue possible. I promise you guys, it was so easy to get this together. It was so easy. So easy. I'm like, are these people scamming us? But it was so good. It was so easy. So we really, it was such a pleasant partnership. I would also like to acknowledge the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our special host, and also acknowledge our special host. I would also like to acknowledge the Governor of Lagos State. Whenever I stress him out a lot, but I also call him the best boss. And it's important that I also do so publicly. Even though I want a raise, but I wanted to be also honest that he's been a leader that has been able to invoke passion. You don't have to suppress yourself in order to count. Particularly young people in our government, in the Lagos State administration, Governor Sanwo-Olu's administration. I don't know about the older people and our ancestors in the administration, but I know about the young people. It's been very easy to get things done. It's been one that he's ready to listen, and I think it's only important that you also help me give him a round of applause for being such a special leader. And you can also do another round of applause so my raise in my salary can go up, right? So, yeah, you guys don't like me too much, because what's that? Please help me here so I can buy fine dresses. Okay, thank you. So, thank you so much, sir. It's really an honor. Thank you. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you to all the distinguished members of the Federal Executive Council, governors, representatives of the governors, members of the National Assembly present, development partners, private sector leaders, members of the diplomatic community, and importantly, to my amazing young people here, and especially to the fellows and alumni of the Lateef Jakande Leadership Academy. Please give yourself a round of applause. What's that? Is that how we do? Louder! Shout so they know you're in the room. Well done, thank you. So I must also recognize the rooms behind this convening, my team at the Lateef Jakande Leadership Academy. Honestly, I work them tirelessly. Our project lead, for instance, is like 8 months pregnant, and she also happens to be an alumni of the academy. And, you know, they just do it so effortlessly. Please help me clap for them. And I want to acknowledge the people from the Office of the Vice President, from Director Alaka, to even Director Inka, to Ajia Awa, who leads, youth and is technical advisor to the Vice President. Thank you. To Kehinde, Madam Due Process. Yes, Kehinde, thank you. And I want to just acknowledge even Ningi, Mr. Stanley. Oh, guys, it's been such a pleasure to collaborate. Thank you so, so much. Thank you. So it's a great honor, deep sense of responsibility, and clear appreciation of the moment before us as I welcome you to the Abuja Dialogue 2026. The dialogue has been deliberately convened to address one of the most important questions facing our nation today. How do we build youth leadership? And not a side conversation, not as a palliative, but as a strategic and sustainable foundation for national transformation. So, the Abuja Dialogue did not emerge in isolation. We didn't just come up with this overnight. It's been a lot of passion, a lot of work, and it's been part of a larger journey, aside that of the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy. Over the past few years, through the Lagos Leadership Summit, we have brought together leaders across governments, business leaders, development partners, academics, and civil society to ask the difficult question about leadership in Nigeria. Questions about why we continue to recycle the same challenges. If you ask someone what is wrong with Nigeria today, they tell you the same thing that someone has said over 50, 60 years ago. Why does that keep happening? And so we constantly ask ourselves these questions at the summit. And the questions about why institutions in Nigeria continue to struggle with continuity, succession, and long-term thinking. There's something I really particularly learned from my leader, Mr. Governor. Once he came into office, he took up a lot of projects that was done by his predecessor. And it showed me the sign of strength, that you're able to ensure that even though you didn't start it, but you finished it. And I think that that's a leadership lesson that we must all learn in nation building. One of the clearest conclusions that we have from the Leadership Summit quite often from those conversations is that leadership cannot be left to chance, luck, choice. It cannot be left to fasting and praying and going to the mosque. You have to be intentional with it. And this dialogue is to say to us that we must build intentionality. And that exactly is what birthed the conviction that we have, that birthed the creation of Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy. If you don't know us, but you would know the man called Lateef Jakonde. At the Academy, we believe leadership is not a moment. It's the process of formation. It requires exposure, mentorship, structure, accountability, practical experience. It requires young people to be integrated into environments where decisions are made, where policies are shaped, why not? And where trade-offs can be navigated, and where public service becomes real. Because leadership is not learned in classrooms, it's learned in systems. And you have to be thrown into those systems in order to get the best out of those systems. And that is why the Abuja Dialogue matters. It is the next phase in that journey. If the Leadership Summit was a space for reflection, the Academy became a platform about taking this conversation to a national level. That's why I'm so, so proud to be here, because it's our opportunity to scale what we've been doing. It is about, building alignment across institutions. That's why also everyone in this room has been carefully selected as a key stakeholder. And so we can dialogue, we can reflect, we can talk about the challenges and what works and what doesn't work. That's why the U-shape was formed, for intimacy. So we speak about youth in the language of welfare, and it annoys me so much. We speak about youth in a language of palliatives. We speak about youth in a language of intervention. We create temporary programs to respond to unemployment. How does that even work? Frustration restiveness of young people. But perhaps the question we should be asking is, what would happen if we start seeing young people, if we stop seeing young people as a burden on the system and start seeing them as the system itself? And I'm not trying to, make up a false assumption. It's the reality. Young people are the system. And when it comes to national development, there is no chicken and egg debate. People make the economy. There is no GDP, no innovation, no governance reform, no national transformation without people. So why do you want to do it without young people? And that's a question for everyone here, including my boss. No national transformation happens without people. Focusing on economic indices without first building the young people who will drive them is like reciting the alphabet from Z when you should have said from A. If people are the drivers of every economy, then the development of those people must become critical infrastructure any nation can invest in. We build roads because they connect people for opportunity. We build power grids because economies cannot function without them. But human capital is the infrastructure that powers all other infrastructure. Without capable people, institutions fail. Without investment in people, even the strongest economy eventually collapses. The truth is that leadership development and human capital formation have unnecessarily become expensive in our country because we start a bit too late. We wait until young people are unemployed before we address the problem, before we begin to speak about employability. We wait until they are frustrated before we begin to speak about leadership. Yet, many deficits we are trying to fix at the age of 25 should be fixed at the age of 12. We should be teaching collaboration, problem solving, emotional intelligence, discipline, communication, and teamwork in our secondary schools. We should be embedding the habits and values of leadership far, far earlier. Because the earlier we start, the less expensive it becomes. The stronger the national pipeline of leaders become. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there's another narrative that I want to address today, since I've been given the mic. The idea that human capital development does not yield instant value. I run the Latif Jakonde Leadership Academy, and sometimes I get the comment, people are spending too much. Why are you spending too much? Why not? Yes, that's my statement for our budget officers. We must change that narrative. The idea that human capital does not yield instant value is false. The problem is not the return. The problem is our accounting system on how we measure the return of that value. We are often obsessed with direct and immediate profits, that we fail to measure the massive third-party economic multipliers that a highly skilled, emotionally intelligent, well-prepared young population creates. Because we cannot always easily place these indirect returns on a balance sheet, we falsely label youth development at a cost, and that is problematic. It is not a cost. It is not charity. It is not favor. It is not something to be done only when there is surplus budget. If we truly believe that young people are economic capital, then investing in them is no longer an option. It becomes a mandatory sovereign function. You do not debate whether to maintain the national power grid. When it goes down, Twitter collapses. You simply must. So when young people go down, we must collapse. We must begin to view youth development with the same urgency. The real cost of our economy does not lie in funding youth development. The real cost lies in actually action of not funding it. The cost of having millions of young people with energy, ambition, and potential, but without the systems to translate that potential into productivity. This is why we are here. This is why this dialogue matters. This is why you've been selected to be in this room. This is not simply another event. Something I hate the most is when you do an event and you turn into an event planner. So it's not an event. It's an opportunity to build national consensus. It is an opportunity to align institutions, strengthen collaboration. I've met a lot of people already, wanting to collaborate with us, and that's really the aim. And move youth leadership from the margins of policy into the center of national planning, budget. If we get this right, we will not simply be empowering individuals. We'll be building stronger institutions, a more resilient economy, and a society transformed by the leadership of young people, which is what we do at the Latif Leadership Academy. Thank you all so much. I wish us a really, really fruitful dialogue to come. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much. One more time, please, let's put our hands together for Ms. Aisha as she goes to her seat. I call her a visionary. I call her a change maker. Please, let's put our hands together for that very powerful opening remark. Now, she said something that is very crucial. She said, young people are the system. And it's very beautiful that we understand the power we carry as young individuals. Nigerian youths continue to change the narrative wherever they go, and we are so proud of the amount of work we put in. So every youth in the house today, please put your hands together for yourselves. Please celebrate yourselves here today. Thank you so much. Quickly, ladies and gentlemen, you can join the conversation, share your insight, perspectives, and key moments from the Abuja Dialogue 2026. Use the official hashtag below, Abuja Dialogue 2026, hashtag youth as infrastructure, hashtag LJLAXLLS. It's very important that you use those hashtags when you take those nice pictures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rakiat. And please, let's put our hands together for the amazing Ria.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now we are going to quickly move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a welcome address. And that is going to be delivered by the Deputy Chief of Staff, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadija. Please put your hands together for...
All right, please put your hands together as he walks upstage to speak to us. Please put your hands together. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the very youthful-looking governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of Youth Development, the Special Advisor to the President on General Duties, Special Advisor to the President on MSMEs and Job Creation, Special Advisor to the President on Economic Policy, other presidential aides who have each been mentioned individually by Aisat, the DG, the Executive Secretary of the Latif Jakonde Leadership Academy. Excellency, you notice she called each of our aides and officials by name. She's been embedded with us since February working on this event. So I think she deserves another round of applause. Our vibrant youth who have turned out in their numbers, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the State House Banquet Hall for the Abuja Dialogue 2026, and to do so in a setting that represents the center of executive coordination and national decision-making, where policies are not only conceived, but tested through implementation, and where leadership is ultimately measured by outcomes rather than intentions. The significance of the dialogue lies in its focus on youth leadership, not as theoretical aspirations, but as a practical necessity for strengthening government systems and ensuring that institutions remain effective, responsive, and capable of delivering results in an increasingly complex environment. From within government, one gains a clearer appreciation of the realities that define leadership in practice, and it becomes evident that the effectiveness of any system is determined by a combination of the quality of its policies and the capacity of the individuals responsible for executing them. Despite a preponderance of ideas and clear policy objectives, governance may still face abject failure due to gaps in execution, coordination, and institutional discipline. It is within this context that the question of youth leadership must be addressed with a level of seriousness that reflects its importance. The transition from being a young person with potential to becoming a leader capable of operating complex systems effectively is neither automatic nor incidental. It requires a deliberate process of preparation that equips individuals with the ability to understand institutional structures, navigate complexities, and take responsibility for decisions that have real consequences. This is what we refer to as readiness. Readiness is about knowledge and enthusiasm. It is also about the ability to function effectively within systems that are often characterized by competing priorities, limited resources, and the need for constant decision-making under pressure. It requires a level of discipline that ensures consistency in performance, as well as an understanding of how individual actions contribute to broader institutional outcomes. The importance of readiness becomes even more evident when we consider the demands of governance in a country as dynamic and diverse as Nigeria, where leaders must operate across multiple layers of complexity and respond to challenges that are both immediate and long-term in nature. In this environment, youth leadership cannot be approached as a symbolic gesture or an isolated initiative, but must be integrated into a broader framework that supports the continuous development and deployment of capable individuals across institutions. This is one of the reasons why the Office of the Vice President has taken a deliberate interest in supporting initiatives such as the Abuja Dialogue, as it provides an opportunity to examine how youth leadership can be better aligned and consolidated with the operational realities of governance. For young Nigerians who aspire to lead, this means that preparation must go beyond intention and extend into the development of practical skills, institutional awareness, and the ability to perform under conditions that are not always predictable or ideal. It also means recognizing that leadership involves making decisions that may not always be popular, but are necessary for achieving long-term objectives, and that this requires both courage and discipline. As we engage in the discussions and sessions that have been carefully outlined for this dialogue, I encourage participants to focus on how youth leadership can be developed in a manner that is directly connected to the demands of governance, ensuring that young people are not only equipped to participate, but are also prepared to deliver results within institutional frameworks. The value of this dialogue will ultimately be determined by its ability to generate insights that can be translated into practical actions, whether through policy adjustments, program design, or institutional collaboration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future of governance in Nigeria will depend on the quality of our policies. But of equal importance is the preparedness of those who will implement them. And this makes the development of youth leadership an urgent and ongoing priority. As we welcome you to this dialogue, we do so with the expectation that it will contribute meaningfully to strengthening this priority, and that it will serve as a platform for advancing practical solutions that can support the continued development of our nation. Once again, I welcome you to the State House and wish you a productive and impactful engagement. Thank you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much. Please, let's give more rounds of applause for His Excellency, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the President. It will interest you to know that he was he's a seasoned public servant and technocrat. He served as the Attorney General of Jigawa State and he was also the deputy governor of Jigawa State, and today he is also serving Nigeria in the position of the deputy chief of staff. I'd like to quickly acknowledge the presence of the technical advisor to the vice president on women, youth engagement and impact, Hajia Hawaliman. Thank you very much for being here with us. Over to you, Leah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into another aspect of our show this morning, and it's a very important one because I often say the Minister of Youth plays a very crucial role, but we thank God that God gave us a Minister of Youth that listens to the youth, a minister that puts the youth in the forefront. And for our goodwill message today, ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together as we welcome the Honorable Minister of Youth Development, Comrade Ayodele Olawande. He's going to give us a goodwill message. Please let's put our hands together as he comes up stage.
The youngest Minister of Youth in the history of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I think we're in afternoon now. Good afternoon, everybody. The Excellencies on seat, our own father, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the youthful-looking governor of Lagos State. He's not a youth, but he always looks like he's a youth. Sometimes I went to go and look back into his picture and look who is older between two of us. But I later discovered that you are playing with your father. So, and as a proper Yoruba man, I don't call the name of my header, so I'll just call them by their offices. So, the governor of Lagos State, sir, thank you for always putting this together. Thank you for leaving your schedule in Lagos to come to Abuja to have the Abuja Dialogue. Thank you very much, sir. Our home, DCOS, you know, it's a youth event. So everything has been told official, so I don't want to put it into youth event properly. So when I call him DCOS, don't be offended, sir. We are youth. I think this is my month. I also had my birthday. I think I'm leaving the youth, but I'm still a youth. Thank you, sir, for all you have done. Thank you for everything. Advisor to the president on policy, our own mother, a sister, auntie, whatever you call her. She has always been supportive to the youth development. The special advisor will use Mr. Johnson as a point of contact to everybody, and also my brother from my town that is doing well in the office of the vice president. The House of Rep members present. Sorry, sir, I'll go to my constituency, which is the chairman, youth parliamentarian, youth in parliament. That's Akala. Thank you for coming. I will also, but not mentioned, anywhere you see women, they are so great, and they also make things happen. And that is is she a young lady or she's getting out of young lady? The young lady that always put this together. Aisha, well done, well done, well done. I need to say well done to you for bringing the leadership we are talking about. And the commissioners of youth that are present here, all the commissioners of youth that are present here from different states, you are all welcome. All the essay to the governor on youth. And also you are welcome, the national youth leader of All Progressive Congress. Apparently we are not doing party, but he's also our leader. So you are welcome, sir. Mr. Dayo Israel. The National Youth Council of Nigeria, the medias and everything. I don't have a speech, but I have a note because it's all about the young people. I have a big honor to join you at this dialogue. It's a dialogue for the youth. I believe this gathering is not just another event as usual. I think it rather should be a declaration, a clear and bold one, that we have a generation that is raising beyond boundaries. We have a generations that we're talking to ourselves. We are raising. We are raised to some places. We will continue to rise. But the question is that are you going to be in the room where decisions are making as a young person? Today, that question needs to be answered. And that should be the purpose for the dialogue. Because it is a question that requests young people to take responsibility. We all talk about leadership. The question is that are we ready for the leadership? Are we even talking about leadership? Do we have the potentials of leaders? Do we really want to be leaders? A lot of questions. It's not just we want to take people out of the road. It's, are we ready for leadership? This is a question that calls all of us to make sure that we learn and listen to leadership process. And this is a question that demand action from all of us. It is a question that no doubt we are the generations that refuse to wait. We are not ready to wait for anything. Even when the leaders are talking, you go on social platforms, you see us. You go on everywhere, you see us. Even when you are sleeping, you will see us in your dream. Because that's how we are. For too long, we have been called leaders of tomorrow. We are told that we should wait for our turn. And I can tell you that we are not invited to any position. The question is that, are we recognized? Are we to be empowered? But I can tell you for free that for the past 40 years unbroken, the youth have not been able to see the government, the youth have not been able to feel the government, and they have not been able to touch the government. So there is no how you can fit into the leadership portion. But 2 years ago, something happens to the youth of this country. Years ago, we have a man that is a leader, that is not a ruler. We have a man that listens carefully and also pursued the house of leadership. And it all started in Lagos. So we are not surprised that Lagos is the one that is bringing this up. And thank you again, Mr. Governor, for doing this. God bless you, sir. Under the leadership of this government, under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, something has changed. I'm standing in front of you, across the nation, across the parliamentarians, in the street of Lagos, to the communities in Borno, and also to the tech hubs in Abuja. Not only that, to the farms in Benue and other areas of this country, both in federal and state governments. Young people are no longer waiting. Young people of this country have stepped forward. We are building capacity. We are learning, and we are also rising. We are no longer acting for the future. We are creating it ourselves. We are no longer talking about the contribution, but we want to solve the problems. We believe the spirit should be defined in this dialogue. We believe that we should come to Abuja as a young people, not be thinking about tokenism, but about to move the country forward and how to create an impact. Nigeria is a country that is blessed with a lot of resources, human capital. But are we building the human capital building? Are we really working at the 70% of the populations that are under 35 years old? Are we listening? Is it about the figure of speech or the strategic advantage of being a youth? It is time for us to bring out the potentials, not the automatic related things that we talk about. It's about the progress. It's about how to bring the youth not just to harass, to mostly empower them productively, not the tokenism again. What are we saying? This administration have built up a large number of young people, developing a track of the national priorities. We are moving from policy, and we want to do it. We are moving from the system we work, but we are working to be a youth and to be part of the system. As the Federal Ministry of Youth Development, we are focusing on 3 key missions, and that's talks about leadership. To support the youth, to empower the youth, and also to protect the young people. If you give a youth listing here, you protect them. It determines to build a clear structure, opportunities for young people to thrive. When a government provide an enable environment, I can tell you, we have a can-do spirit. We will thrive. We are investing on skill development, connecting and demanding the modern economy. We are telling ourselves that you can work within your areas and get paid. You can have a creative ideas, moving on the component of capacity and also building the global knowledge economy. Through the strategic partner in local and international, we are opening doors. I believe this dialogue is designed as a platform. Visions meet, where ideas and influences are come, and where the youth meet to have a leader. This is why being here in this room is not just about your physical presence. It's not about your office. It's not about you being a man that people want to listen to. It's about the 3 P's, and which is preparation, participation, and purpose. This will guide you in this dialogue. This will make you see yourself as leader, and the humility that's required to lead. As a young person, we must come together in this room once again to make sure that we contribute, we listen, and we follow the footsteps of our leaders, not just to network, but also to collaborate, and also to rise generations that we must, in all form, enough to make sure that this room can prepare for us. I thank you everybody for listening, and we must also act to make us show the leaders that we are capable and we are prepared to be part of them or to take over from them. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please let's put our hands together as we celebrate that fantastic speech. It's beautiful to see the fantastic things that our president has done for the country, Nigeria. We cannot talk about the great things without mentioning the creation of a dedicated youth development ministry. Also, the support for skills, entrepreneurship, and innovation. We cannot highlight and not talk about job creation. Please, once again, let's put our hands together for the president of Nigeria, for the great reforms that he has brought with the renewed hope. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into our next goodwill message. And this particular person I'm bringing on, he sits at the heart of service in Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Mr. Bode Agoro. He is the head of service, Lagos State Government. Please put your hands together as he comes on stage for a goodwill message.
I certainly cannot match that last speech, so mine is going to be very short. His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, our youthful Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, His Excellency, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadija, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to speak to the cohorts. I say good morning. They are a very talented group of people. This is the third cohort set. We supervise them in the office of the head of service. We post them on a 4-monthly basis to different ministries, departments, and agencies, and we monitor them. And throughout this is the third set, and we have an excellent group of people. We have never had any complaints whatsoever from any MDA whatsoever. The permanent secretaries of each MDA handholds them, supervises them, give them works to do, and they supervise them, and they report to me, and I have never had any complaint whatsoever. So the youth of today, they are doing great and wonderful things, and I want to say to the group, to the courts today, we have every faith and confidence in you. Please carry on doing the good things that you do. The Aisha, the executive secretary, she's a slave driver. She drives them hard, but she has a good heart, and she's a consummate professional. She's very thorough in what she does. And the raise she's requesting for is justified. We can support it in a memo to Mr. Governor. Please clap for her so that she can get the raise. Thank you, Mr. Governor, in advance. You can raise the HOS salary too if you so wish to do. I won't say no. So I just want to say good luck. The Abuja Dialogue is very much welcome, and we hope to do this again and again. And I thank you for welcoming us to Abuja. Thank you very much.
Please let's put our hands together for the head of service of Lagos State. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Head of Service, Lagos State Government. And now we take another goodwill message, which is going to be delivered by a member, House of Representatives, representing Ogbomoso, North South, and Orere Federal Constituency, Honorable Olamiju Alao Akala. Please put your hands together for Honorable Olamiju.
Please, let's put our hands together as he makes it up the stage for another goodwill message. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like the last speaker, I'm going to be very short and anchor on the speech of the Minister of Youth. Like he has said it all and he has said a lot. Once more, my name is Olamiju Ayodeji Alao Akala. I represent Nigerians starting from Ogbomoso North, South, and Orere Federal Constituency. I'm the Chairman, House Committee on Youth in Parliament, and I'm from the Paysetter State, Oyo State. Your Excellency, the Vice President of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Youthful Governor, His Excellency Jide Sanwo-Olu, I greet you also, and my honorable colleagues, my leader, Jimmy Benson, the Chairman, House Committee on Defense, I greet you, and the Chairman, Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Upstream Petroleum, I greet you, and also Honorable Jide, I say Wanikoro, I greet you. I wasn't really prepared. I didn't really prepare a speech, but like I said, I'm going to take off what the Minister of Youth said about youth leadership. Youth leadership as strategic infrastructure for national information transformation. The real issue there is that, are we ready as youth? As youths, are we ready for this leadership? We keep talking about leadership, leadership, leadership. Are we ready? Why do I say so? The generation before us, they practice a kind of politics. What kind of politics do they practice? Politics of calumny, whereby they try and spoil the next person, try and see what how they can malign the next person. But in our own case, in our own generation, we're playing politics of hatred. The kind of politics that if you're not my person, if you're not my party, if you're not my candidate, to hell with you, I want to kill you, you should die. And that's not what we should be playing now, because we are brothers and sisters. Yes, sir, we are brothers and sisters. We should see ourselves as nation builders together. It doesn't matter what platform we are. It doesn't matter where you represent. If you look at social media today, if you're not in this person's party, they just keep insulting you. They want to kill you. It's like you are nobody because you're not together. And that's not the kind of politics we should practice. So I see this kind of platform as a platform that would seal an idea that we can all hang on to. Something that we can all hold on to. So that no matter what platform you are, what political party you are, we know what we are building towards. We know we are building towards a nation that all of us can be proud of. Not because, you're not supporting my candidate, I'm not supporting your candidate. I don't think that's kind of leadership. That's kind of leadership we should lay down for our own children. Politics of hatred, whereby if you're not mine, then to hell with you. No, we are still brothers and sisters. We'll meet ourselves together tomorrow. And unfortunately for us, kind of politics we play in Nigeria, we play kind of politics that today you're in APC, tomorrow you're in PDP, next tomorrow you're in. So that kind of politics we play. So if after you've insulted ourselves, almost killed ourselves online, and later tomorrow we're not in the same party, we'll start laughing at each other again with all what we said to each other, how would that help us build ourselves? So I want us to just position ourselves, like I said when I started, are we ready for this position of leadership? Have we put ourselves are we the youth, have we put ourselves in a place that the elders can hand over these positions to us, and we'll be able to take it and be able to handle it in the proper way? So that is what I believe that this platform should do for us. This platform should be a platform whereby we'll create an ideology. Because today, what we lack today in Nigerian politics is ideology. Everybody adding on to something. Everybody has different notions of why they're in politics. Some for money, some for power, some for relevance. But now we need an ideology. We need something to hold on to, something to build on as a nation and as youth. So I hope that this platform will be able to give the Nigerian youths that kind of hope and that kind of ideology to hold on to. Once again, I want to appreciate the convener of this, Madam Aisha, for what she's doing. This is a very great opportunity for youth to come together and share ideas and be able to move our nation forward. Once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and God bless you all.
Thank you. And if there's anything we learned from that speech is togetherness. When we stand together, there is a lot that we can achieve. Please, once again, let's put our hands together for that really beautiful speech.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for that wonderful goodwill message. And now, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch a short documentary about some of the youth engagement in national development efforts from the Office of the Vice President under the leadership of the Technical Advisor on Youth, Women Engagement and Impact. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, please stay back and let's enjoy the video.
And just to add to it, it's very important that we pay critical attention to this particular video that we'll be playing. We're highlighting the importance of youth in governance. Please enjoy.
In every corner of Nigeria, from the bustling streets of Kano to the lush landscapes of Calabar, a new movement is taking root, a movement of vision, of purpose, of possibility. Welcome to the Youth Opportunity Summit, a national reorientation platform empowering a generation to rise, build, and lead. It all began in Kano State at Bayero University, Kano, where hundreds of young Nigerians gathered to reimagine their future. The energy was raw, the dreams were real, and from that moment, a fire was lit. From Kano, the movement spread to Kaduna, Jigawa, Katsina, and Cross River. Each edition shaping ideas, unlocking potential, and transforming lives.
It's an incredible time to be a youth of this country. I wish I had this opportunity when I was much younger. I think the Office of the Vice President is doing an incredible job in empowering youths. The youths are not just leaders of tomorrow, they are the leaders of today. I've seen that Nigerian youths are actually eager to learn. And the first step in anybody getting developed really is the willingness to learn. So I've seen people lead those summits very, very energized. I've seen people lead those summits, eager to go and start off businesses that have impact. I've seen people willingly accept knowledge and have been able to transfer this knowledge into impact. And for me, that is key.
From the indigenous language business pitching competition to the discovery and exhibition of innovation and creativity, the Youth Opportunity Summit has become a launch pad for young minds and raw talents across Nigeria. Over 12,000 youth and women have been reached. Dozens of startups have been born, many others inspired and impacted. Through this platform, countless dreams have found direction.
This initiative is in alignment with the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as it reinforces the administration's commitment to youth empowerment and socio-economic inclusion. This has been demonstrated through various strategic and comprehensive multi-sectoral interventions across various ministries, departments, and agencies. This initiative serves as a bridge between the government and Nigerian youths by ensuring that our youths are connected to interventions domiciled not only across the MDEs but also other opportunities locally and globally that they can leverage to develop themselves and contribute meaningfully to national development.
The summit has brought together ministers, governors, royal fathers, scholars, entrepreneurs, and the most powerful assets of Nigeria, its women and youth, all united by one vision to build a future-ready generation. Behind every success story are the faces of young Nigerians who served, organized, and volunteered, proving that leadership begins with showing up and serving others. They are the true heartbeat of this movement.
A
According to the United Nations Department of Economics and Social Affairs, it was predicted that by the year 2050, 1 in 4 people on the planet will be African. And Nigeria, as the most populous black nation, will make more than 60% of that number. And that was why we themed our summit as leveraging opportunities, building a future-ready youth, which is not just an event or an intervention, but an investment in the Nigerian youth to position the country as a global talent capital.
Opportunity knows no region, no language, and no boundary. From the hills of Kano to the plains of Jigawa, from the corridors of learning in Ibadan to the golden land of promise in Uyo. The Youth Opportunity Summit is more than an event. It's a national movement. It's the story of a generation ready to build the Nigeria they dream of. This is the Youth Opportunity Summit, reorienting values, empowering youth, inspiring change, and building a future-ready nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for that really fantastic video that was voiced by my co-host. Well done.
Thank you very much for the compliment. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are here live at the Abuja Dialogue 2026, which is organized by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy right here in the State House Banquet Hall. And the intent for this very important dialogue is to shift focus from palliatives and empowerment to really embedding the young people into the infrastructure of leadership in Nigeria.
Of course, and I say leadership is not optional, it's fundamental. So it's very important that every youth understands the role they play in leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly, I will just speak again on the hashtags. So you can share your insights and your perspectives, the key moments from the Abuja Dialogue 2026. We've had a lot of key moments, so it's very crucial that you get to share them. Please use the hashtag Abuja Dialogue 2026, hashtag youth as infrastructure. Very, very important. Please just use the hashtag for your pictures and your videos. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into another very important aspect of this evening. They say words carry a lot of power, and we understand what words carry. Sometimes you hear some words, they're soothing. Sometimes you hear some words, they make you make a change that you yourself did not want to make.
Exactly. And what we are about to witness is a form of art that is rarely seen. So, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, please let's brace up for this wonderful performance that is brought to us all the way from the state of Lagos.
But before we go into the performance, Yusuf, it's so beautiful that we get to have the opportunity to speak about youth. Anywhere I go, I say that wherever you go in this world, you will see a Nigerian youth. I mean, we're the giants of Africa. This is a time to be proud of Nigeria, and this is a time to be proud of the youths that Nigeria are bringing up. These are youths that are fearless. These are youths that will speak up. These are youths that are audacious. So we celebrate our youths in the house, and we're just very, very grateful that we're having this Abuja Dialogue. Beautiful things have been said. Things have been said that will never be forgotten. So we celebrate all our youths right here with us today.
Yeah, all right. If you're a youth in this house and you totally agree with her, please appreciate yourselves. Please put your
All right. I see my NYC Cup members too as well. Please appreciate yourself. Please appreciate yourself. We see the good works that you do. We support you, and we cannot wait to see you at the top. And it's beautiful to see what Aisha does as well. We're grooming these leaders. We're making them become part of governance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, like we said earlier on, spoken words is very important. And we're about to release and bring out some people on stage that will be giving us some amazing spoken word. I listened to their spoken word and I was mesmerized, and I cannot wait to share that experience with you. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's bring together, let's welcome Debbie Exon and Victory Ashaka. They will join us upstage for an amazing, for an electrifying spoken words. Please let's put our hands together for them.
Thank you.
My mic is not. Wait, let's just calm down. My mic is not on.
see us. We are past, present, and the future.
Past because we are everything you once were. Present because we are now here. The future because without us there would be none. Tell me, do you see us?
Do you see a fearless generation of youth walking through the sand of time, who will not trade their willpower for apathy in their pride? And we are the generation of youth who have found the truth.
We are not just a concept, not a quota or the statistic of a nation. The Nigerian youth force is a real weapon of change for anyone who is willing to see. So tell me, do you see us on the streets, under bridges because we left home to feed home, in 9-to-5s that don't pay enough, in schools with limited seats, in places of worship because we are desperately seeking relief? We reek of hustle and untapped potential. But do you see that we could be so much more than just possibility? With the right systems in place, we could be results. We could be change.
The Nigerian dream is what keeps us awake into the dead of the night. From the boardroom to the storeroom. From the shorelines of our homelands to the japa waves of overseas. From the high-flown monotongues to the creative mix of our mother's tongue. The Nigerian youth knows resilience as a father's name. With equal opportunities to steer the wheel of governance, we will mourn after our founding fathers of blessed memory, who carried the coat of arms with independency for our democracy.
We don't need patronizing. If you can first bank on us with
a seat at the table, then all we need to access the zenith of youth leadership is your guaranteed trust.
The Nigerian youth carries excellence as a follow-come. You can feel it snaking through our DNA like purpose. So imagine what happens when this natural gift is honed. We will transform carbon into diamonds, no pressure. Create youth leaders with intention and care. Because no one just stumbles into a leadership mentality. It is a process that cannot be denied.
Yes, speaking of seedlings, from the poets who said, they tried to bury us without knowing that we are seeds. So I say that we are the seed to succeed. And on this green land we will uproot every weed that is not of us. Because in and out of season, no matter the weather, we will never cease to reign.
There are thousands of Shades, Amakas, and Nasirus holding bandages to this country's wounds within their closed mouth. May our youth not be a place where ideas and dreams go to die. Too many Nigerians have showed us that it is possible to do great things from a small place. Afrobeat, the rhythm the rest of the world dances to. Become as big as Tony Elumelu. Take down queens and elevate slum kids. Build business modules from nothing. Our youth are an interpretation of David taking down a Goliath with a small stone. Do you believe?
Yes, we are the conduits of light capable of power and connectivity. The transformers between the past, present, and the flourishing future. Because being a resident is as important as being a president. To be selfless shepherd leading Nigeria's ship out of every hardship. Nigeria is not the Titanic and the youth must not let it sink, but to continuously carry our country's common unity in every community. So I say as youths, we wish our national grid doesn't collapse but the grid of nationals. We wish the prices of fuel doesn't rise like gravity without coming down. And we wish schools wouldn't be plagued with strikes without tangible goals.
We already know what rot eats at the center of this nation. What we need now is to learn how to envision, how to future. And futuring is a learned practice. You start from here and then you scale. You incorporate it into ABCs and teach it to your children. You culture it into a way of life. Nigerian youth are already used to bending without breaking, evolving without changing who we are here. This is a lesson that we know well, so what happens next depends on how best we put it to practice. We don't yet know what it's like to live in a world designed by us, for us, but we can, and we will. So we run with conviction that this country is so much more than anyone knows. And it takes a special kind of people to see that there is glory ahead, to hear an abundance of rain even in a drought, to imagine and then to become. The youth
are exactly those kinds of people.
The future is here and now for leadership in every industry that inspires artists to write poems and musicians to write songs. The Niger spirit is the literary dexterity of Chimamanda, the musical virtuoso in Rema, the poetic skills of Alan Islam, the comic aesthetics of Lai Wasabi, and the fearless strike of Victor Osimhen. So catch the fire, get inspired to light up your touch of patriotic desire, stretch out your arms, raise up the banner to speak truth to power, and for us to rise as the true African giant is to be twice as tall. Because the essence of our patriotism is timeless. Greatness is not stumbled upon, it is built, and we are the builders. Greatness is the Nigerian youth. The solution is the Nigerian youth. So get ready.
Thank you so much for that very electrifying performance. Nigerian youths, it's time. It is now. Yusuf, I was trying to do some spoken words. As we speak, as we gather, we are very excited that Nigerian youths are ready to take up any challenge. That was a very, very beautiful one by the theme. Thank you so much. I promise you an electrifying performance, and that is what they gave us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into another crucial aspect of our event today, which is the panel session. We're going to be talking about from fellowship to frontline leadership. As we get the chairs fixed up, Yusuf, so far so good. It's beautiful to see the conversations that have been had here today, and also from the panel session that will be done. But for you, what would you say tops it as a person that believes so much in Nigeria?
Yeah, well, I think it is best if we, keep the curiosity and not let the cat out of the bag. But in the meantime, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Hajia Hadiza Bala Osman, the special advisor to the President on policy coordination. And thank you very much for joining us, Hajia Hadiza Bala Osman.
All right, thank you so much, Hajia. Nagesheki, Sanudazua. Nagesheki, thank you so much for joining us here today. But for me, Yusuf, I think that it's time for Nigerian youths. And I love the fact that they are grabbing everything into their hands. They are making a change and they are getting into leadership. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll move straight into the panel session. This panel will be discussing from fellowship to frontline leadership. I'll take that again, from fellowship to frontline leadership. And I'll be calling out the panelists that will be handling this panel for us. The first panelist is Orifunke Lawal. Please, let's put our hands together for Orifunke Lawal, Technical Advisor to the Managing Director, Lagos Water Corporation. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Looking all gracious. Thank you so much for joining us today. Also, Balogun Danjuma, politician and tech entrepreneur. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Balogun Danjuma, politician and tech entrepreneur. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here today. Also, Ismail Sani. Please, let's put our hands together for Ismail Sani, technical assistant to the MD CEO, Lagos Waste Management Authority. Please, let's put our hands together for him. All right, and to moderate this panel, the very important person that will be moderating this panel. Okay, I see that. Please, let's give a lot of accolades when I call this person. Please, let's put our hands together for MM Onyinyechuku. She's a fellow Latif Jakande Leadership Academy. Please, let's put our hands together for her. She's going to be moderating this panel from fellowship to frontline leadership. So I'll hand over the conversation to you, Onyinyechuku. Thank you.
Yes, and it will also interest you to know that the panelists here are alumni of the Latif Jakande Leadership Academy, and this panel is titled From Fellowship to Frontline Leadership. As you can see, they've passed through the system and they are now working in leadership positions in Lagos State government. So please, let's enjoy the impact experience. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Executive Governor of Lagos State, and all dignitaries present here today. My name is Onyinyechuku Goodness. I'm a fellow of the Latif Jakande Leadership Academy, currently serving with the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA. We are gathered here for a question that will define Nigeria's next decade. Why is investing in young people not charity, but national necessity? You want to get answer to that question, right? Beautiful. Joining me on this stage, Mr. Balogun Danjuma. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Mrs. Orinfunke Lawa. A round of applause for her, please. And Mr. Ismaili Sani. A round of applause for him, please. They'll be giving us answers to these questions, okay? And in the next 20 minutes, you will hear from these three Nigerian leaders who entered the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy as fellows. And now they've emerged as builders on Nigeria's front line. Thank you. So this is a general question for all my amazing panelists. I will start with you, Danjuma. Are you ready?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. What was the biggest limitation you had before the academy? And was there a pivotal moment during the academy where you told yourself, my life will never remain the same?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderators. All protocol duly observed. When I joined the academy, I was a grassroots politician. I'm from Ibadan in Oyo State. And when I joined, we were 30 and we were picked from over 20,000 applicants. And when I was picked, I wasn't expecting to be picked. So because I was like, what do I want to offer out of these 20,000 people? But when I was picked as part of the top 30, I was so happy. One of the limitations I encountered was, as a grassroots politician, we do not really know the back end of public service. So mostly we just browse policies, we just discuss in a vacuum. But when I joined Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, I was really, really refined. What do I mean by refining? I was seeing governance from the back end. I was made to shadow three major MDAs, the Office of the Sustainable Development Goals, before I moved to the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources.
Beautiful.
Then after I finished from the Ministry of Environment, I went to the Ministry of Youth and Social Development. Normally, I'm one of those politicians before that would argue blindly. Do you understand?
Yes.
When they give you a political appointment, people assume that once you just resume office, money is just falling from trees, and they're supposed to be doling out money for everybody. But when I joined these ministries, I understood what public service really, really stood for. I understand that things are not just done because the appointee just want to do them.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I saw governance from the back end, and I understood it from the back end. I now argue not blindly like I used to do before. I now see things from the structural and functional perspective. So that's that about the limitation. But the pivotal moment for me when I joined the academy was our first meeting with the governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
Round of applause for him, please.
Yes, that was a pivotal moment for me because when he said, Ibadan man, I was so happy. I was so happy. And when I sent the picture to my dad, he was like, you that used to argue about politics, now you are in the corridor of power. Ensure that whatever, all those things that you want to change, now you have the ears of people in power, ensure that you change them. And that was very, very pivotal for me because most of the time we like to argue, we like to say a lot of things that the government is not doing this, the government is not doing that. If they give you this power, are you going to ensure that all these things that you are saying, you can actually make a change? So that was a pivotal moment for me. Thank you very much.
Wow, so beautiful. A round of applause for him, please. Well, your experience is so amazing. Lovely. I would love to hear from you, Rimfunke.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so honored to be here today. Before the fellowship, one limitation I had, it wasn't about capacity, it was a competence. As a matter of fact, for you to get into the fellowship, it means you are competent in some regard. But it was a limitation of fragmented exposure.
Wow.
I had ideas, I had dreams, I had energy, but what I didn't have was the proper context of how things happen in government on the other side.
Wow.
And so as somebody who was very vocal online, I just had a lot of ideas of how things should be done, but I did not understand how policy, merges with politics to be able to deliver solutions for Nigeria's
Beautiful.
people. And so there was that, what the fellowship did for me was to give me access to sit me in a place where I saw how decisions were being made. What goes on in the minds of the people who lead these MDAs? What are the negotiations that are being made? What are the trade-offs that are being made? And one pivotal moment I had, I remember one day I was on my way for a session. I can't recall now if it was a brown bag series or a fireside chat. And it was a ride-hailing cab, and the cab driver started to complain about the government.
Okay.
And in that moment, I was going to concur with him and say, okay, yes. And there was such a reality check for me at that point that, no, you can't say government is, because now you are the government.
Exactly.
Proximity is
Beautiful.
responsibility for you now. It's not just about access. It is what are you doing now that you are there. Because when somebody says, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do that, you cannot be saying, oh, government has to do this. Because now you're in the system and you see how things work. So being in the academy moved me from being a speculator or how things are done or things should be done to a stakeholder in how things are being done.
From being a spectator to a stakeholder, beautiful. Round of applause for her, please. This is so insightful. Moving over to you, Ishmael.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. So, interestingly, for me, it was more about belief. Having applied for similar programs, and I kept on being served breakfast over and over and over again. Now, looking back, that really built my resilience. Did I hear Resilience Bunch in the crowd? Shout out to my Resilience Bunch.
Resilience.
So the fellowship didn't just test my ability. It actually built my resilience. Now, for the moments that struck out for me, I believe it was during one of our leadership seminars when the then minister, Dr. Omobola Johnson, she made a statement. And up to today, it has resonated with me.
Beautiful.
She asked the fellows if we now believed we were amongst the 1% of the 1%, courtesy of this academy. Now, this is the mantra I decided to carry into public service. The Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy has trained us rigorously.
Beautiful.
And like our executive secretary said, we have been heavily invested in. So I keep on telling myself, I must and I will be held accountable for my actions and my inactions. Thank you.
Keep giving in your best. A round of applause for him. Leadership is giving in your best. No matter what, just keep striving to excellence. Thank you so much. Beautiful. So, Danjuma, you've got 3,000 students trained, 10,000 mobilized, and you're also a politician. Wow. That's a lot of eyes on you. What responsibility do you now feel because of the opportunities and exposures that you received?
Thank you very much. Once you graduate from the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, you don't have any excuse to be mediocre anymore.
Exactly.
That is one of the greatest responsibilities. After finishing my fellowship, it's just last 6 months. 3 key things have happened in my life personally.
Wow.
I have won a startup grant from NIA, which is the brainchild of the Minister for Youth, Mr. Ayo Wisdom. I have gotten state applause from the Oyo State government. I was awarded a change maker in tech.
A round of applause for him, please. This is amazing.
The third one, shout out to my director of City Boy, Oyo State in the building, Honorable Bulamijo Akala.
Okay.
I was appointed director of student affairs for City Boy Movement Oyo State. These things don't just come to you because you are there. No, it is because you are good. And I would not lay claim to this alone. It is because Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy has refined me. Do you understand? You don't go through the academy and remain the same. You would be the best in whatever you do.
The best.
So once you finish the academy, your life will be on a geometric progression. It is normal because of the kind of amount they've invested in it. If you enter as a grassroots politician, you are going to come out as a global superstar. So that is what the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy is about.
It's a round of applause for him. Well, your experience is really amazing because I'm seeing it from the part of being the best in what I am doing right now. Because as a fellow, I'm actually striving for excellence and the rest of it. I'm so happy to you. I'm really inspired by your story. Thank you so much for that. Orifunke, you are in Lagos Water Corporation. That's pipe, politics, and people. You also founded rooms and roundtables and Winning Ladies Circle, which is amazing. Most young people enter the leadership with ambition, but the academy is designed to replace the ambition with an assignment. When was the moment in your life when your personal career goals die? And what was your state of national duty at that time?
Thank you very much. I would say that moment didn't come suddenly.
Okay.
It came gradually. Project after project, memos after memos. And as somebody who was originally in the private sector and who had a career ladder ahead in front of me, I'm going to be very sincere that when I was coming, I looked at, what would my life look like in the next 10, 20 years. However, when you get into the academy, you are faced with the rigor of the problems that exist. Beautiful. That it would take a deep level of commitment to public service to stay. First of all, being in government is mostly a thankless job. You can't do enough for your people. So you have to ensure that whatever is there, whatever is making you stay there, whatever is making you decide, even if people don't see or understand what I'm trying to do, the policies I'm trying to make or advocate, the initiatives I'm trying to implement, then I will still do it because I have a strong sense of purpose. And so for me, it was just realizing that even forget the titles. Stop optimizing for titles and start optimizing for impact. Because at the end of the day, it's purpose that really matters. It's impact that really matters. It's the results that really matters. And one question I usually ask myself, even in my day-to-day work, especially when you get to do work and it's like, nobody sees this or even recognizes this. Number one, I do not optimize for visibility. I optimize for what needs to be done. And secondly, I'm always asking myself, if nobody in the world knows what I am doing or what I have done, would it still be relevant to them? And would it still be relevant to me as well?
Wow, that's amazing. Beautiful. A round of applause for her, please. Having a strong sense of purpose. Wow, I'm really learning a lot from you all. You guys are really amazing. Thank you so much. Over to you, Ismail. You see the Loma data. You know what happens when systems fail. So tell us straight, what does Nigeria tend to lose when young people with talent, potentials are left unsupported?
Thank you very much for that question. Interestingly, we do not only lose talent, we lose direction. And NM, I would say this, a number of youths have potential. In fact, there's a new phrase in town. They call it multi-potentialite or something like that. Yes. So this room might be filled with multi-potentialites. Okay. But guess what? If they don't have adequate opportunities, they are not going anywhere. Am I right? Yes or yes? So being privileged to represent the North during this fellowship, it's highlighted one thing for me. I was able to see more opportunities. I saw things from a vantage point. And that is what the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy is all about, because it builds bridges. It unites us. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. A round of applause for him. Wow, that's so profound. Lovely. Danjuma, with your experience in Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, how do you make sure that these opportunities are not limited to a few exceptional people, but luck? How do you make leadership opportunities systemic rather than something young people assess only if the dice rolls in their favor?
Thank you very much for that question, because after leaving the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, I was always asking myself this question: how do we replicate people like me? Do you understand? How do we have a lot of Danjumas in the room? Do you get? So basically, we need to really invest in, start thinking of human capital development in a more strategic way. It's not just about sharing laptop to young people, giving MSME grants and the likes. We need to start intentionally investing in human capital development, because one thing I always tell people is that the young people of Nigeria is even greater than oil as a resource for Nigeria.
That's true.
Do you understand? We have so much energy. If you see young Nigerians on Twitter, on social media platforms and the likes, you will see that there is an untapped energy that's innate in every young Nigerian. So how do we ensure that this does not stop? Still, I say it is by investing in programs like Lateef Jackson Leadership Academy. The reason being that when government want to invest in road, they don't say, we have enough road. Do you understand? When they want to invest in power, they don't say, we have enough light. But when it comes to investing in academies like the Lateef Jackson Leadership Academy, people will start saying, the money they are spending is too much. Why are they just 30? Do you understand?
Yes.
Why is it a year? Do you understand? Questions will start flying up and down. But
exactly.
Like I always tell my people, I said, we need to replicate Lateef Jackson Leadership Academy even in all the 774 local governments of Nigeria. Not even just Lagos State.
Replicating it.
So we need to always applaud the Lagos State government for doing it.
Yes.
Because if they don't do it, most of the time I always pray for the governor, because it is his own intentionality that brought about the academy.
Exactly.
Do you understand? Other governors are not thinking towards this as developing human capital development. We know it is expensive. We know it is expensive to develop human capital to world-class standard, but still, this is what Nigeria needs at this time. If you look at the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, it is people like us that can actually sustain this agenda. When people like the governor leaves office, people like us will join the office. And that is how we can keep ensuring that the wheel keeps rolling.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Human capital is very essential. Thank you, leadership. Beautiful. Orifunke, you sit where infrastructure meets equity, water and women. So paint the picture for us. What would Nigeria look like in 10 years if we treated youth development with the same seriousness that we give to road, bridges, and power?
Road, bridges, and power. One of the biggest misconceptions that we have is that when you think about infrastructure, you are thinking about the physical things that you can see, the roads, the bridges, and the power.
Exactly.
But leadership itself is an infrastructure. Now, the moment you commission a road, as amazing as that is, and as important as it is, the moment you commission a road, it is a depreciating asset. You need to consistently maintain it. It means you are spending more money to maintain it on a routine basis. When you construct a bridge, you are consistently maintaining it. So it means that you have to constantly ensure that it's maintained. But for leadership, when you invest in young people who will be the leaders of today and tomorrow, not just today and tomorrow, you are investing in something that is an appreciating asset. Because it is the people you invest in who would ensure that the civil service or the public service system grows to the heights that it should get to. It is the people you invest in who would ensure that the roads, the bridges, the power that you're providing lasts the people that you're serving. It is the people you are investing in who would be the legacy for the next 10 or 20 years. And so sometimes we are complaining about the brain drain, which is a very valid problem.
Yes, it is.
We are losing our talent to Jatba. But in the next 10 years, if top leadership invests in youth leadership, you have a situation where you are not just losing your people, exporting your people via Jatba, you are exporting your solutions and bringing back the returns into the economy. So Nigeria you won't be able to ignore Nigeria on the grand scale of things in the world simply because you are investing in the infrastructure of leadership for the young people that you have.
Investing in youth development is very crucial, not a necessary necessity. Thank you so much for that. Ishmael, over to you. You briefed the MD of Loma. You know how government thinks. If you had 1 minute with every governor in Nigeria, What would you say to convince them that investing in young people isn't optional?
That's you putting me on the hot spot. Luckily, I've met a couple of the governors and I've given them my own view. So it's important to put this out there. Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy is not a social impact or social initiative program. It is a government strategy program. We have a room now. Picture this. We have a room. The youths in that room, they have quality voices. What are you going to get? The result is going to be quality outcomes. But when you have a room filled with youths that do not have quality voices, it's just going to be noise.
Beautiful.
Noise all through. Now, why then do you think we should leave the future of governance to chance? No, it's not possible. We cannot afford to leave the future of governance to chance. The Lateef Jakonde is built on 5 solid bricks. TPEC, transparency, integrity, professionalism, ethics, and what? Commitment.
Beautiful.
None of these social initiative programs are built on that. That is why the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy stands different.
That is so profound, beautiful. Please, a round of applause for all my amazing panelists. Wow, this is so good. So this last question is for all of you. So there are leaders in this room right now who make the decision that shapes our country. Okay? Looking them in the eyes, eyeball to eyeballs, can you briefly explain why programs like Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy are not youth empowerment, but are actually the risk management strategy for Nigerians' future? I'll start with you, Danjuma.
Thank you. Piggybacking on what I said earlier, I said when people like Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu leaves, we are the next people that would come in. And in order to ensure that this level of excellence is maintained, we need to invest in human capital. We don't want a situation where when they leave, we are joining, we don't have the capacity. It is because of capacity that we have Lateef Jakonde himself. You can see in just one term of governance, he built roads, he built estates, he invested in a lot of human capital. Do you understand? And yes, this what do I call it? These are the tenets that we should keep pushing forward. These are the tenets that we should imbibe. These are the tenets that young people of Nigeria should carry forward. So, looking straight into the eye of the governor, the minister, the House of Rep members here, Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy and all other initiatives that will come after should not be just because we want to do it. Should be intentional, should be something that we invest a huge amount of capital in, because it is people that would actually work on programs. We can have a fantastic program, but if we don't have people behind it, driving it, it will still be a bad program. Do you understand? So we need to invest in the human capital resource of this country to ensure that this country becomes a great nation. Thank you.
Beautiful.
So much.
That's amazing. Investing in human capital is not charity but strategy. Thank you so much. Over to you, Orifunke. Can you shed more light on what you said?
All right, thank you very much. Because you asked me to look in their eyes, I will look into their eyes. I hope they are looking into my eyes too. One of the biggest risks, and this is for our dear leaders in positional power, one of the biggest risks any nation can have is not the risk of capacity. It is a risk of a leadership vacuum.
Wow.
A leadership vacuum is a national problem. And so when you are investing in programs like the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, you are simply saying that I care enough about the future of this nation beyond what exactly benefits me in the now.
I'm sorry
so
to
it's not
interrupt.
about...
Please, just a point of notice. His Excellency, the Executive Governor and the Deputy Chief of Staff are going out to get the Vice President, just so that you will know, so they are not leaving the room. So let us please stay tuned to welcome His Excellency, the Vice President.
Noted.
You may continue.
Thank you very much. Now, when you invest in programs like the LGLA, what you are simply saying is that the future matters enough to me to care about it now. People think leadership problems arise today, but the leadership problems that arise today arose years ago because they were not paid attention to. So it's very important to invest in programs like this because you are asking the questions, how exactly can we equip these people? How can we solve the problems for tomorrow today? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. So leaders of today must be equipped to bring up quality outcome in the future. Thank you so much. So shed more light. Ismail.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Building on what my two leaders said.
Thank you.
Annually, every year, the LGLA graduates 30 fellows. So this is the third cohort.
Yeah, the third cohort.
That's 90 leaders.
Yes.
Now, if you look at other social impact programs,
yes,
the likes of UWIN we had back then, Shopee and what have you, it's not the same impact. It's usually beneficial to just a few, but you can't say that about the LGLA. And each of these fellows, I'm very sure, they are also mentoring one or two individuals. I myself, I made it as a commitment to myself since I joined the academy. Every year, I mentor at least one person in my local community.
Wow,
by the way,
beautiful.
I'm the youth leader in Zaria local government.
Oh, amazing.
Zaria local government in Kaduna
Amazing.
State.
Thank you.
So it's impact.
So
It's
good.
impact.
Impact.
Thank you very much.
Beautiful. So making impact in our generation is very, very important because the impact you make in any youth stays there forever. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for my amazing panelists, please. Thank you so much for this amazing contribution. It was indeed insightful. The leaders we've heard today, Danjuma, Ismail, Orifunke, they prove one thing, that when talents meet opportunities, Nigerians win. Latif Jakoni Leadership Academy isn't shaping individuals, it's shaping the future. To our panelists, thank you so much for your stories. Please, let's give them a round of applause again. Thank you. One truth echoes here. Nigeria's next decade won't be defined by the resources, but by our resolve to invest in young people. Investing in young people is not charity. It is strategic. The question here is no longer if we should invest in young people, no. But how boldly we would invest in them. Nigeria will not rise on promises, but on the potentials that will be put in them to bring out the best. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in this amazing section. I remain your moderator, and Emunyechiko Goodness. Thank you.
Wow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for our beautiful fellows. Please just wait back for some pictures.
The panelists will please line up.
Panelists, please let's be on stage to take pictures. That was a very beautiful conversation. Please let's put our hands together once again for our fellows here who did a fantastic job. Well done.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we thank your indulgence as we prepare to welcome His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, who is going to be accompanied by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, as well as the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President.
Of course, and we cannot wait to welcome him in this room. We know how passionate he is about youths. We know how passionate he speaks about Nigerian youths and where he wants to see them stand. So it's really beautiful that he's here to join us for this very important moment. But that was a very beautiful panel session, if I do say so myself. A lot of things were highlighted, and when we talk about youths in governance and when we talk about youths taking center stage.
Yes, definitely. I mean, you can obviously see the impact that this program has on young people as they were put on a pipeline to leadership. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let us welcome His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, as he walks into the room with His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
All right, please, let's put our hands together for a man that believes so much in the youth, a man that believes in youth empowerment. Please, let's put our hands together as we celebrate the Vice President of Nigeria.
His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is also an ardent believer of youth development. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We may be seated as we continue this program. But let's just give a rundown of what had happened, at the event. We started off with a very beautiful goodwill messages. We also started with Aisha telling us the importance of the Abuja Dialogue. We got to understand why we're here. We got to understand the importance of youth in governance.
Yes, and we've also had the opportunity of watching an entertaining performance by some great and intelligent, well-talented Nigerians, a poetry performance, and we've also seen a showcase of a video that is telling the youth engagement, at national level. And just a few minutes ago, a panel was rounded up by the alumni of the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, where they shared their experience through the system, and now they are taking leadership roles in the Lagos State government.
And it's so beautiful that we also saw a spoken word session where they spoke about the importance of youth involvement in governance. So we've been speaking about youth just coming together and believing in governance. We're saying that it's your responsibility. It's not something that you can say you don't want to do. It's your responsibility.
And now, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to swiftly move into the next item on the agenda, which is a special dialogue.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving into the audience dialogue. Like we call it, the Abuja Dialogue 2026. So there's no way we will do this without having a very beautiful dialogue. So right about now, I'd like to call on Joshua Alade. He's the founder and executive director, Network of Youth for Sustainable Initiative. Also, Ambassador George Organ, founder and executive director, Women in Leadership Advancement Network. Please, I'd like them to come up on stage for the audience dialogue. They're going to be having a dialogue. Please, let's put our hands together as we celebrate them. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Abosede.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, young people of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor to have this opportunity to actually facilitate a dialogue within the Abuja Dialogue. So Your Excellency, the Vice President, our hosts have done a remarkable job of summarizing what had happened before you arrived in this room. Okay, right. Of letting you know what happened before you arrived in this room. But right now, you're going to have an opportunity to hear from some of the guests in the room who have been identified from across sectors, but all critical stakeholders on youth issues. So Joshua, should we move forward? Before we go, sorry, let me get out of your way.
Yeah.
We have people in the room, but you can also join us online. So please scan the barcode. We have an opportunity for you to contribute online. I know we're also on YouTube, so you can leave your comments to join this conversation. But Joshua, should we go?
Yes, please, let's do that.
All right, great.
So the reason why we're having this dialogue is also to create space for young people, for you to share what are you hearing so far, and what you think Nigeria should do over the next 12 months when we speak about youth development. So yeah, let's lead.
Right, so I want to start over here. We have Fatima Askera. And Fatima, what have you heard today? And what exactly do you think? So let me try and make this. Youth, we're always talking. This is an important opportunity. We have the Vice President of Nigeria in the room. We have the governor of Lagos in the room. We have commissioners of youth across the state. We have the minister for youth here. So this is an opportunity for us to really share what the young people of Nigeria want. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I would like to stand on the existing protocol and welcome the Vice President of Nigeria and the Executive Governor of Lagos State. Very much so that we've heard a lot from young people already, and what I've listened to in the couple of conversations have been the widening gap between young people and leadership, but we've also had a lot of questions within young people about the readiness of young people to take the baton of leadership. We've also seen practicality of how young people have performed when they were given opportunities to do so. But we've also seen capacities of young people around initiatives that they have started and employed other young people across different sectors in Nigeria and outside of Nigeria. Again, what we would like to see, I hear, as young people is more opportunities to be part of an intentional leadership. And I'm very insistent and persistent on the word intentional. We want to be on the table in the rooms where meaningful policies are being set up, where meaningful dialogues are being heard, and where things that are affecting us young people and the general population is being discussed. Then lastly, we would want to see 35% to 50% affirmative action for young people to be in both elective positions as well as appointed positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fatima. Please give her a round of applause if she represented your perspective. Joshua, who do you have?
Over here, yeah. I have Muhammad Abdullahi from the National Youth Council of Nigeria. Muhammad.
Good afternoon, distinguished Vice President, esteemed leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I bring to you greetings from the good people of Kano State and the Northwest, a home to the Nigeria's largest and most energetic youth populations. From our perspective in the Northwest, youth development is not just about a policy conversation. It is an urgent necessity. We are confronted with a numerous number of challenges: high population growth, limited access to qualitative education in rural communities, unemployment, and in some areas, high insecurity. Yet within these challenges lies Nigeria's most greatest potential. Over the next few months or years, I want to see a Nigeria where youth development is treated as strategic national infrastructure. We need to invest more in practical, digital, technical, and in rural communities. We must move from inclusion in theory to inclusion in decision making, ensuring the youth have a real voice in governance. Equally important is economic empowerment. We need to support the young entrepreneurs, unlocking potential, unlocking opportunities in agriculture and trade where Northwest have strong opportunities. Also, finally, a sustainable youth development, speed, partnership, and coordinated. Thank you, Muhammad Abdullahi Sule, representing Northwest, and the State Chairman, National Youth Council of Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Muhammad, and I really do agree with you. Young people must be treated as a very credible infrastructure. Abasade?
Yes, I'm over here. All right, so now I would like to give an opportunity to Uchechi Roches. She's the Director General of the Roches Foundation. Over to you, Uchechi.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellency, the Governor. Please allow me to stand on already beautifully established protocol. This event has been nothing short of amazing, and just listening to Ms. Aisha speak so passionately about what they're doing at the Latif Jakande Leadership Academy is truly amazing. But what I'm hearing is something very important. It is that the people before us, our fathers, and those whose shoulders we currently stand on, we're not necessarily given this on a platform of gold, right? They sought after it and they worked together. The Honorable Member said something truly profound. He said it is very important that we ask ourselves the question if we're ready. And the only reason why we will be ready is if we're deciding now to work together. And that's something that I believe we would need to echo more. A wise person once said, when what ought to be isn't, what ought not to be must become. And if we continue to stay out of the room, stay out of the tables, what ought not to be will become, and we'll be left on social media complaining. So what's important is that we not only sit at the table, we become the table. In education sector, in economy sector, in health, we need to become the table that this country can confidently stand upon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uchechi. I think it was earlier on in the poem, there was a line about we need to come together in unity and build our community. Over to you, Joshua.
In about tables, I have Chita Opalaji, representing the National Youth Service Corps.
Thank you very much. Standing in resisting order, I also want to first of all appreciate our invitation to this wonderful program. Thank you so much. All right, so while Mrs. Aisha was giving her opening remark, I heard something. She said we have to create a space for the youth. We don't have to depend on palliatives, but that's something that is sustainable. What I would suggest that the government could do for the youths in the next 12 months, already there have been, programs that are already in existence. So I don't want to put a burden and say create programs. So I would say rather transform and prioritize programs that would help, transform skills to income. That would bridge the gap between skills and income. Definitely there's a lot of training, there are a lot of programs, but we need much more prioritization, if that's even a real word, on these skill programs where as youths gain these skills, they have avenues between 3 to 6 months to get jobs that help them to gain income. We can have a lot of training, but if there is no income, there is no productivity. Definitely, we have the digital markets, we have sectors like agriculture that are not paid much attention to in Nigeria. But if we're able to bridge the skill and income in the youths at the middle, definitely at the national there will be development and independence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cheta. I remember last year, during the International Youth Day celebration, and the Vice President said something really very important. He said that 60% of Nigeria's population is under the age of 25, and that Nigeria cannot afford to squander the assets, and what we need is systemic change. Moving on.
Great. So over here, I have Rinsola Abiola. She's the Director General, Citizenship and Leadership Training Center. Over to you, Rinsola.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, my Honorable Minister here seated, all protocols duly observed. I would want to start by saying that as somebody who has worked at the intersection of development, civil society, and politics, there are opportunities that we can harness. However, seeing as there is a change in climate when it comes to funding, especially with development partners, I think there's a need for the private sector especially to do more in terms of investing in youth leadership development. And that's a policy point that I believe government can push by incentivizing this for the private sector especially. Also, I think youth leadership development should be taken as a core component of education, and it should thus be budgeted for accordingly. There's quite a challenge with resource mobilization when it comes to initiatives of that sort, but when we view it as a key component of education and something that needs to be invested in to have a much brighter future for our young people, I think it would help with recalibrating how that particular priority is viewed. And well done, Aisha. This is a great initiative you put together. And I'd like to join my voice to hers, and I believe I speak for all young appointees in this government when I say we could all do with a pay raise. Thank you.
I love how we're taking advantage of our bosses being in the room and asking for pay raises. Ask for what you want. Ask and it shall be given. I love it. Back to you, Joshua.
All right, great. Before me, I have beside me here, I have Tolulope Benro, who is with the African Union and European Union Youth Sounding Board. Tolulope.
Thank you very much. Please permit me to stand on already existing protocol. I'm going to suggest that within the next 1 year, the government and relevant youth stakeholders create a systemic change in terms of intergenerational collaboration. And I'm going to use instance and data to further buttress my point. When it comes to youth development and youth inclusion, we often start with special youth representation, which often ends up tokenized. And then we decide to try to move to co-creation, which is where a lot of the conversation has been around today. The oldest Gen Z is currently 29 years old. The oldest Gen A is currently 16 years old. So from statistics, from age, from experience, from professional qualification, we can see that young people are not just the future, but are also the present. And in answering the big question, it's really about intergenerational solidarity and in creating systems that are institutionalized. And what that means is, if a young person is competent, how can they work together with the older generation, a baby boomer, a Gen X in various fields or various sectors and various industries? I'm going to end with a quote by saying, the biggest question when it comes to youth development and youth human capital development, it's not really about whether we are going to have a seat at the table. I want to assure all the young people in the room and all the young people listening, we will have a seat at the table. But the big question is, are we prepared or are we preparing for that seat when it comes? And the answer to that question is in saying that as young people, we have a responsibility to build ourselves, but it's also the responsibility of the nation to build the young people who will build the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tolulope. It is the responsibility of the nation to build young people.
All right. Fabulous. Now I'd like us to welcome a young woman whose work I admire so much. Ever heard about the Let It Shine Academy? You should check out their work. She's doing amazing work. Damilola Feide, over to you. Please give her a round of applause.
Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. Response to the last Tolulope, I think the answer is that yes, we're ready, and I think we being in this right now and having this conversation, which is really important, shows that. And I think I would use, I guess, myself as an example. I moved back to Nigeria about 5-6 years ago, and I guess it was this question of, are we ready? It's seeing something, it's a thing of, I don't want to wait for someone to come and figure it out. So let me do that in my own small corner of the world. And, we're 6 years in now, and I run a free secondary school in Lagos. It's a free boarding school. 260 children who are marginalized, and I work with 5 correctional and remand home in Lagos. And I think what I would say we need is enablement. For someone like me, I'm really stubborn and persistent, and I guess I didn't wait, and I've been really fortunate in my life and opportunities that I have and people around me to be able to build this from scratch, because this is a non-profit, but we provide free and quality education. So it runs as a free school, except they don't pay school fees, they don't pay for uniforms or books or anything. And I have a team and staff of over 50 people, and I just turned 30. So my point is that it's possible. People don't know that it's possible because they don't have the support and the enablement. So I think for me, it's how do people know? Because my constant prayer right now is that people would rise up in their different areas and spheres, because it's a lot of work. You know, as a boarding school, I do feeding, I do accommodation. We just took in about 20 children from Makoko that were displaced recently. So I think the point is they need to know that they are supported, and how can we bridge that gap? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know they are telling us that the time is up, but I hope that we've been able to represent you. We have just one final thought and we will wrap this dialogue up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. His Excellency the Vice President and His Excellency the Governor of Lagos State, my boss as well. Regarding the youth, I think that having worked, as a youth in government and also worked with youth, I realize there's a lot that the youth need to learn from the older generation, and also the older generation learning from the younger generation. So there's that handshake between both of them. So if you ask me to look at what's working and amplify that across the nation, we've seen how Lateef Jakonde is working effectively in Lagos. I think it's to amplify that across the entire nation as well, and also to look at technical and vocational schools as well, to also help us, help the youth as well in that area, train them and ensure that they can have what they need to do with their hands as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Damekola. As we wrap up, just to say, from what we are hearing so far, young people are not asking for handouts. They are asking to be included. They are ready to work, and we look forward to working more with everyone as this session goes on. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for that very beautiful dialogue. Of course, we couldn't have had the Abuja Dialogue 2026 without having an official dialogue here. Beautiful conversations have been said. So please, once again, let's put our hands together and celebrate future leaders in governance. Once again, let me say, Aisha, well done. This has been a fantastic program so far. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to this very important aspect of our day today, His Excellency the Vice President of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, we greet you, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Now we're going into a very important aspect, and this man I'm about to bring on is a man that his doors are open to everyone. A governor who listens, inspires, and motivates. Now, he's widely known as one of the most performing governors in Nigeria, and this is because of his passion for the youth. The Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy is a testament to his commitment in grooming the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about Mr. Sellable, Mr. Project, Mr. Infrastructure, Mr. Youth-Centric. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome my governor, your governor, the governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome the #1 man in Lagos State. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Please sit. Please sit. Mr. Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, you can't know how truly proud and glad to have you here this afternoon. This, even with your very, very busy schedule, confirms and has given the hope and the commitment to the young people that you hold them at the highest level, because we know all of the things that have transpired even this morning, but you've taken it upon yourself to join this very, very important conversation. Mr. Vice President, thank you very, very much. I want to assure you we won't keep you longer than is necessary, because we know how precious, the challenges and the needs of your offices. Thank you very much, sir. The Deputy Chief of Staff to Mr. President, my very good friend and brother, Senator Adija, thank you very much. This is your work. This is you putting all of this together. If you haven't given Aisha the opportunity, this will not happen. Thank you very, very much. To all our members from the National Assembly that are here, they all look very youthful. Thank you very much. Our honorables, members of the Green Chamber, thank you very, very much. It's been a wonderful, wonderful session here this morning into afternoon. To all of the advisors of the Vice President, of the President, all very top government officials at the federal level, we want to acknowledge each and every one of you. Thank you very much. To my crew and to my people from Lagos, from the head of service, to the very young, dynamic cabinet members that are here, you can see that Abuja know they carry last. If we are not sitting well, Abuja is pushing all of us away. I want to thank you all for coming, and to all of our invited guests from across the country, commissioners, advisors, heads of government agencies that have come here. Thank you all very much. To all of our cohorts, the first alumni, the second, the current ones. Mr. Vice President, because we're in Abuja, that's why we're behaving ourselves. We shout more than this. We actually were on top of our voices when we're doing events, but they said to them that they are the villa, so they need to comport themselves so that the voices don't go out of the roof. But we're a lot more tougher than this. Aisha had set up, and that's how they do. They just put me on the spot, and Aisha has set up, a movement this morning that she wants more money, and everybody's carrying it forward. Aisha, I don't know how we'll work out that, but don't worry, out of my pocket you get more money, because this has been a very, 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 very well put together dialogue. Mr. Vice President, I have enjoyed the last 2.5, 3 hours here. This has been a leadership session that has not, anything like this. I must say that the conversation, the audience, and the dialogue that has come out here has enriched me, and I'm sure all of us, and it has opened up, all of the issues that we all can take forward as leaders in this country. And with your leadership, I know that we will succeed, and will succeed well. But I have a prepared speech. I actually have slides. I don't know which one to use, but I'll just tiptoe. I think it's a singular honor for me to stand before all of you today, here at the State House, to share the Lagos story. Not as a finished narrative, but as work in progress, a deliberate, ongoing experiment in building the human infrastructure that our nation desperately needs. I want to begin by expressing, once again, our gratitude to Mr. Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, to your entire office for graciously agreeing to have the Abuja Dialogue 2026. It is called, it's a conversation about Nigeria's future, and that conversation, we have seen it here. Your Excellency, this gesture speaks volume about your commitment to the next generation of Nigerian leaders, and we do not take it for granted. I also want to acknowledge the vision behind the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, the institution that was conceived, and this dialogue for understanding the conversation about youth leadership and how we need to move it beyond our state boundary and to make it a national conversation. This Abuja Dialogue, precursor to the Lagos Leadership Summit, which we will be having it on the 29th of April, is going to be big, isn't it? But we have seen, they said the taste of the pudding is in the eating. Abuja has set up, a strong precursor for the bigger summit on the 29th. But more than a precursor, this is a statement of intent that what began in Lagos as an initiative has now become a national movement. And why are we here? You can see that the conversations has moved from the table here, it has moved into the audience, it has moved microphones here and there. And I'm indeed very, very excited with the energy that has been distributed and demonstrated here in the last 2 hours. Nigeria is a young country. Over 60% of it, like they've said, are under 30. Lagos State alone is home to over 16 million young population. That population is more than a population of several African countries. They're not a footnote in our development plans. They are the real plan. The question before us today, which we've all been talking about, is whether the young people matters. That debate is settled. It's not about their matter. They are the ones in it. The question is whether we, as leaders, are building the systems, the institution, and the infrastructure needed to channel this immense energy towards national transformation, or whether we're leaving it to chance and hoping that it will just turn out well. I'm here to tell you that hoping is not a strategy for us. Chance is not a policy. And why do we have a case for leadership as a day? When Aisha came up, leadership for us is an infrastructural development. In Lagos, we invest billions on roads, on bridges, like everybody does, on rails, waterways. We budget for power, like we've seen, for housing, for healthcare. No one questions the wisdom of this investment because the return, you can see it. You can see people moving on the roads, or people using, the buildings, or people, traveling on the trains. The consequences of neglect are very obvious. But I have to come to understand and to say that with the conviction of experience, that the most important infrastructure by any nation that we can build is the human infrastructure. If we get a budget for roads, bridges, and all of this, we must also budget for the people who will sustain this govern them. Leadership is not a soft skill. It is not a motivational speech at a youth conference. Leadership, properly understood, is the engine that drives every other sector of our economy and society forward. Without competent, ethical, and visionary leaders, every road we build will deteriorate. Every infrastructure we establish will go into extinction. Every policy we design will fail in implementation. That is why we believe nationally, we treat leadership development not as a social welfare, but as a strategic pillar of governance, as a critical, as fiscal infrastructure that we have ever commissioned. And we're not just lip servicing it. We're very, very intentional and we're very serious about this. And what is our call to action? What happens when we fail to invest in our young people's leadership capacity? The evidence we say is around us. We see it in unemployed and unemployable young population. We see it, in the kind of things that they breathe. We see it in the brain drain that depletes our talent pool and enriches other nations across the world. We see it in the weak succession planning across our institutions in government. We see it in businesses. We see it in academia, where the departure of one individual can cripple an entire system. We see it in social instability that comes when a generation feels excluded from the governance of his own future. And so the cost of inaction is not zero. The cost of inaction is a cycle of economic and social deficiencies that's far more expensive to fix than when we can prevent them. Prevention in this context means investment, real investment. It has to be deliberate, it has to be structured, it has to be sustained for all of these things to make sense. And I was just speaking with some of the honorable members here this morning, that if we're saying that as big as we are, our GDP is still under 500 billion. So you can imagine if we can galvanize the young population, it will be unimaginable. If we can double and triple the GDP of this nation, given the size and the number of the young people that we have. And so what are we doing in Lagos, and what is the model that we've seen? We want to do this vision. At the heat of our leadership ecosystem is the Latif Jakonde Leadership Academy. I think it's been mentioned here several times. The late Latif Jakonde was the first civilian governor of Lagos State, and he passed on about less than 5 years ago. And the question was, what do we throw back? What do we give a man that has built everything? Latif Jakonde School, Latif Jakonde Housing Estate, Latif Jakonde Market, Latif Jakonde University, Latif Jakonde Road. Everybody in Lagos knows that there's one Latif Jakonde somewhere. What do you give such a man? And working with my colleagues, we said the only way we can throw that back is to set up a leadership academy in his honor and in his name. The academy is not merely a fellowship. It is a talent incubator. Through its structured fellowship program, young Nigerians received real public sector immersion, cross-sector learning, policy exposure, mentorship from seasoned leaders, and the opportunity to execute capstone projects that address real societal challenges. Mr. Vice President, this current cohort, when we open the... Aisha, what is it that you open now? The portal, that's the word. I'm not that, you people are far ahead of me. When we open the portal, Mr. Vice President, over 30,000 people applied, and we had to take only 30. Over 30,000, right? So it goes to show that something from 10,000, 15,000 over the years, 30,000. It goes to show that something was working and was brilliant. But the Latif Jakonde does not operate in isolation. In Lagos, we also have a broader spectrum of ecosystem that ensures that our Ibile Youth Academy is working. The Lagos State Employment Trust Fund they are all youth-based skills that ensures that jobs are being created. Digital literacy are not just conversations, they are things that we're activating. We're pushing on innovation. We're ensuring that we can support people from entrepreneurship and MSMEs. Together, we believe this investment reflects our governing philosophy that leadership development is not a one-off event, but a continuous pipeline, a system that identifies, that trains, that mentors, and deploys talent across government, across businesses, and across the civil society. Very, very important. The result, we say, speaks for itself. Lagos youth today contribute close to about 5 trillion of our annual GDP. About 5 trillion of our annual GDP. Young people in Lagos. And they contribute over 70% of new businesses in Lagos. They are all youth-funded, youth-based business ventures. These are not just figures of potential. They are figures of performance, a real performance. And they tell us that when we invest in young people, they certainly deliver. And so what is the conversation that we've all seen here? And what are we taking that we believe should be a national outlook going forward? Lagos, we believe we have piloted a young model that we see it working. We have tested it, we have refined it, it's been proven that it works. But a pilot being, we believe that we can take it to scale. The opportunity before us here today, Mr. Vice President, and one of the reasons why I gathered here in the city of Abuja at this moment is to ask a simple but profound question. Can we make leadership development a national conversation? A real national conversation? I believe we can, and that has been demonstrated here this afternoon. What we require is for more states to adopt your type of leadership, a structured leadership development system, not just to say you are copying the Lagos model, but to put it in context of what will fit at various subnational to reflect the unique demography of our various economies and to see that what kind of governance challenges do we have. Not to just copy anybody, to look at it as a solution and let everybody go back and redesign, into a model that can work and fit into different, geopolitical zones in our country. We believe that it requires greater collaboration between the state and the federal, a shared understanding that leadership pipeline is not at the state level alone, but a national security imperative. And it will require a fundamental shift in how we allocate resources. And I think a lot of people have talked about it today. It has to be real allocation of resources. If we can establish a national infrastructure fund for road and bridges, then surely we can establish a national framework for building our human capital infrastructure that will be well designed, that will be well managed, and to be sustained as we sustain our roads and bridges. And so what do we see as a call to partnership here? Your Excellency, sir, your willingness to host this dialogue and your appearance, even against all your very busy schedule, this is a very powerful signal to every state's government, every development partner, every young Nigerian watching today, that the federal government recognizes the strategic importance of youth leadership development. We in Lagos, with all sense of modesty, we're ready to share in whatever form. We're ready to open and to graciously state how far and how well we've run those institutions, and to be a stakeholder at ensuring that we can build a national consensus. The Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, please stand up and just clap for the Vice President one more time. Quick. Let him see you. Quick, a big for him. The LKJ stands, thank you, as a knowledge partner, a technical advisor, and a collaborative partner for scaling this work across the Federation. But sharing a blueprint is not enough. We need commitments. We need to roll up our sleeves. We need policy frameworks. We need, Madam Adiza, we need you to push that they allocate resources. We need a kind of political will that turns good intentions into functional institutions. The quality and resilience of our public institutions, and as I close, is in the decades to come, will depend entirely on the leadership capacity we build for the youth today. And you can see, Mr. Vice President, that these youth are more than ready. They are capable, they are able. If you have listened to some of the things, they are ready to take it up, and they are willing, to be given the opportunity to do that. This is not speculation. This is a lesson of every nation that has successfully navigated the transition from potential to prosperity. Young people are not waiting to inherit Nigeria. They are already building Nigeria in technology, in agriculture, in the creative industry, in civil activism, in every sector where energy and innovation truly, really matters. And so our responsibility as leaders and as current generations of leaders that we have is not to hand them a perfect country. It is to build a system that allows them to succeed where we have struggled, for them to excel where we have merely managed, and for them to lead where we have sometimes fluttered. Every nation gets the future it prepares for. If we want a strong, more resilient, more purposeful Nigeria tomorrow, then we must invest very intentional. They've said it. We must invest deliberately, strategically, and generously into the leaders that we build today. And let us never forget that neglects its human infrastructure is simply delaying its own decline. Lagos stands with a fellowship. The vision of our national movement is not lost on us. This dialogue, we believe, is our next step. And I've enjoyed even the audience dialogue much, much more this afternoon. And I invite every one of us, every institution, every young Nigerian to join this journey. I want to thank you all for this information, for this opportunity. Mr. Vice President, once again, thank you for your leadership. Thank you, sir.
Please, let's put our hands together. A very big round of applause for the Executive Governor of Lagos State. Thank you so much for that fantastic speech. Mr. Governor, thank you for your love for the youth. Thank you for your open door policy. But most importantly, thank you for making Lagos an amazing place for the youth to thrive. Please, once again, let's put our hands together to celebrate the Executive Governor of Lagos State.
Thank you very much, Rakiat Abdul. According to a Zimbabwean businessman, Strive Masiwa, he said that young people do not only need attention, that one of the critical things that they need is to be taken seriously. I believe you all agree with me that by the speech of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, this has been proven that the government of Lagos State, and also by the virtue of the presence of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in this very hall at this important dialogue, goes a long way to show how much the government takes seriously the youth of Nigeria. Please, let's put our hands together for the leadership. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to quickly announce that immediately after the keynote address, there is going to be a sweet photo session, and then the Deputy Chief of Staff will take the fireside chat. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me with all due respect and utmost reservation to introduce a gentleman whom there is a consensus, even among foes, that he is a leader par excellence. A gentleman who led a life of service from the four walls of classroom as a lecturer to the challenging and dynamic corridors of the corporate world as a banker, to become a commissioner and governor of Lagos State, and to join His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as the most hardworking and the most loyal Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima. Please, let's do another round of applause for His Excellency. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You can kindly take your seats. I had to run up. You know, the governor of Lagos State is older than me, but he looks much younger than my person, so I have to prove to the world. When we were much younger, we struggled to look old. And when we get older, we always struggle to look young. And that's the challenge we are all facing. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, CON. The Honorable Member representing Ikorodu Federal Constituency of Lagos State, Babajimi Adegoke Benson. The Honorable Member representing Ogbomosho North House and Orire Federal Constituency of Oyo State, and Chairman House Committee on Youth, Right Honorable Alao Akala. The Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadija. The Honorable Minister of Youth, Comrade Ayodele Olawande. The Special Advisor on Policy and Coordination to the President, Ms. Hadiza Bala Usman, whom we call the head girl, and other senior presidential aides present. The head of service Lagos State, Mr. Olabode Shuaib Agoro. The Executive Secretary Latif Jakande Leadership Academy, Aisha Dagbaje Okunade. Representatives of international organizations, development partners present here, heads of government agencies, senior government officials, civil society and policy organizations present, youth leaders, private sector leaders, honored guests, members of the fourth asset of the realm, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. A nation that loses the courage to sit with itself, to question itself and to examine the ideas it has come to sanctify is a nation walking too close to the edge of collapse. And we cannot afford such risk. That is why I am honored to join you here today at a time that calls us back to reflection, honesty, and the urgent work of renewal. As our elders say, the traveler who asks questions never loses the road. In gathering here for this dialogue, we have chosen not the comfort of silence, but the discipline of thought. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, abundance of resources in a nation is not enough. The ambition of policies is not enough. What gives any nation staying power is the strength of the systems that carry those policies and the quality of leadership that works through those systems over time. History has shown this in country after country. Nations rise when leadership is treated as a serious architecture of progress, not as an accident of the moment, and that is a lesson before us here in Nigeria. Our nation stands at a delicate intersection of promise and pressure. The world is changing at a speed that punishes hesitation. Technology is redrawing the boundaries of opportunity. Economics is forcing governments to think with greater precision. Citizens are asking harder questions of those in authority. In such a season, leadership cannot be casual. It must be cultivated, it must be tested, and it must be sustained. For Nigeria, this truth carries even greater weight because of the place of young people in our national life. We are one of the youngest nations on earth. That fact should not be treated as a line for conferences or a statistic for brochures. It is a national condition with profound consequences. It offers us energy, imagination, and skill. It also places on us the duty to combat demographic strength into national capacity. Youth leadership, therefore, must be understood with clarity. It is not a ceremonial handover waiting for age to perform its arithmetic. It is a structured process through which young men and women are prepared, trusted, tested, and integrated, and supported within the institutions that shape our future. If we leave it to chance, we'll inherit fragility. If we build it with intention, we'll secure continuity. This intention must go beyond applause and slogans. It must enter the design of our institutions. It must shape education, public service, enterprise, and civil life. It must create frameworks that build competence, reward discipline, and impose accountability. Leadership is not static. The demands placed on leaders are changing with every shift in technology, finance, governance, and public expectations. We cannot prepare young Nigerians for yesterday and expect them to govern tomorrow. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what is required is a forward-looking architecture of leadership development, one that prepares young people not only to function within existing systems, but also to improve them. That is how societies endure. Not by preserving institutions as relics of the past, but by renewing them through capable hands with clear minds. The government increasingly understands that national progress cannot be sustained without a reliable pipeline of leadership capacity across institutions. This is why the work of integrating young people into governance processes must be deliberate and consistent. It is a long-term investment. It demands cooperation between the classroom and the workplace, between public institutions and private enterprise, between mentorship and responsibility. It also demands standards. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, leadership loses its meaning when standards disappear. Once expectations are lowered, institutions begin to erode from within. If we are not serious about preparing the next generation, we must be equally serious about the values and competencies we expect of them: discipline, depth, ethical clarity, intellectual rigor, emotional steadiness, and a commitment to outcomes greater than the self. And one of the central tasks before us is to align youth leadership development with national priorities. We must ensure that the skills we nurture are relevant to the country's needs. A nation cannot afford a disconnect between the talents of its young people and the demands of its development. Potential must meet purpose. Ability must find direction. Training must lead to a measurable contribution. We must also build pathways for the gradual assumption of responsibility. Leadership matures through practice. It grows when young people are given room to learn, to contribute, to make decisions, and to be held accountable for results. No one becomes a leader by observation alone. Responsibility is the workshop where capacity is refined. For young Nigerians, this moment offers both an invitation and an obligation. The invitation lies in the growing recognition that your role in shaping this country can no longer be postponed. The obligation lies in responding to that recognition with seriousness. Leadership is not defined by age. William Jefferson Clinton became the most powerful man in the world in his early 40s. So also was his Vice President Al Gore. Leadership is defined by readiness to bear consequences, to choose the long view over easy applause, and to place the common good above private comfort. That is why this conversation matters. And it's to the eternal credit of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that he has placed a great deal of premium on youth development. The Minister of Youth Development is a young man. In the government ecosystem, it's people by young men and women like Greensola Abiola, like so many of the young men seated here. And of course, one of the most powerful people in this government is a young lady. I don't want to embarrass her because she is here in our midst, but she derives the policy process of this government. And her name is Hadiza Bala Usman. Please stand up for recognition, just like the Lagos governor did. The future of Nigeria will not be decided by circumstance alone. It will be determined by the quality of the decisions we make and the consistency with which we implement them. The Abuja Dialogue is important because it gives us space to think carefully about how leadership can be nurtured as a strategic pillar of national development. It brings perspectives into conversation. It allows ideas to test one another. It creates the conditions for wiser policy and stronger practice. Yet the value of any dialogue lies in what it sets in motion. If the insights shared here end with the closing ceremony, we'll have gathered only to admire our own vocabulary. But if they travel into policy, into institutions, into programs, and into the lives of young Nigerians, this platform will have done something worthy of remembrance. Let me, in closing, commend the Latif Jakande Leadership Academy for convening this important dialogue. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to also commend the Governor of Lagos State. Mr. Governor, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu is an outlier governor who had built on the legacies of his predecessors and made Lagos a very safe place for Nigerians to go. Nigerians now go to Lagos for holidays. Hitherto, Lagos was a no-go area. At Maryland Junction, there is a statue of a man that tells you this is Lagos. But now, Lagos is a home to all Nigerians, the third biggest economy in Africa. And this is why leadership counts. And Your Excellency, we are mightily proud of you, and we are equally very proud of the leader that mentored a college of leadership, a group of young men and women who are now excelling in the national limelight. We appreciate you. Honorable Benson, we adore you guys. You are doing excellently well. You all came out of the factory of a mentor, of an imaginative Nigerian. His name is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. To the young Nigerians seated here, I urge you to approach the future with preparation, discipline, and a sense of purpose. The country we aspire to will not be handed to us complete. It will be built by men and women who understand that excellence is a duty, not an ornament. This is the greatest black nation on earth. 240 million black people. And you don't need a soothsayer to tell you that this is a Nigerian when you meet him along the streets of London. We are very loud people. But we owe nobody any apology. We are very comfortable in our skin. I was educated at local universities. I went to the University of Maiduguri and to the University of Ibadan. But I'm very comfortable in my skin. The first time I went to the UK, to London, was when I was the governor of Borno State in 2012. I don't seek validation by jumping into a swimming pool with a white man or a white woman. I'm a Nigerian, and a proud Nigerian too. And so also are all the men and women gathered here. The trajectory of global growth is facing Africa. And Nigeria will make or mar that transition. I want to urge you. I want to beseech thee. I want to implore on all of us to get married into the Nigerian project. It's not about us. It's about the future. It's about the black man. 1 out of every 4 black men is a Nigerian. And by 2050, Nigeria will be the 3rd most populous nation on earth. There is beauty in numbers. Take it or leave it. And by the end of the century, when all of us seated here will have become poor tenants in the home of the earthworms, Nigeria will be the most populous nation on earth. So I'm proudly Nigerian. So also are all of us seated here. I'm not a racist. I believe in the equality of men and women, but I also appreciate the virtues of different nationalities. The Igbos were described by Ali Al-Amin Mazhuri as the Nigerian Jews, geographically mobile, educationally ambitious, and economically enterprising. We have the Yorubas. The Yorubas are the richest and most educated of the black race. The Hausas, take it or leave it, are the most hardworking people you could ever find in this surface of the earth. Incidentally, I'm not a Hausa man, but my sister here is proudly Hausa. But she is Fulani. So I know Hausawang. I lalatatun bari bari da lalatun Hausawa. So I Hausawang. So I want us to be proudly Nigerian. I want us to work for the Nigeria project. I want us to unite as a people and face our common challenges of underdevelopment and insecurity. We don't need to demonize each other. We have to appreciate our leadership. When we assumed the mantle of leadership some 3 years ago, the economy was teetering on the verge of collapse. We had less than $3 billion in our foreign reserves. Take it or leave it. The truth that says men free, as H.S. Aga said, is more often the truth that men prepare not to hear. And I will tell the youth of Nigeria the brutal truth. When Bola Ahmed Tinubu assumed the mantle of leadership, he never resorted to the game of name calling. The easiest way you can earn his wrath is to pour venom on late President Muhammadu Buhari. When he took over the mantle of leadership, he assumed all the responsibilities that comes with leadership. It's not about kicking the ball down the lane, no. He took the painful decision from day one of removing subsidy on petroleum. He realigned the multiple exchange rates system, embarked on a very revolutionary tax reform system. These are painful. Hello, Nigerians. I know what Nigerians are going through, but they became necessary pills that we either swallow or the consequences will be greater than what we are experiencing now. But the economy has stabilized. Take it or leave it. Our foreign reserves is hovering in the neighborhood of 50 billion US dollars. Inflation has been tempered down. I'm not very active in the social media, but those of you, especially the young men who are in the social media, do justice to this poor man. Our heart goes to Nigerians. We know things are tough, but things could have been tougher if not for the decisions we took at the onset of this administration. We empathize with you. We sympathize with you. Our heart goes out to Nigerians. The cost of diesel is now over $2,000. But if not for the decisions taken, the cost of diesel might be in the neighborhood of $6,000 per liter. We have to applaud Aliko Dangote for his visionary leadership in business. The crisis in the Middle East will have compounded our misery because our oil system, our petroleum industry went through 4 or 5 phases. The first phase had to do with the time when we had the mobile refinery, when they were shipping fuel through the railways from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri. We had the second phase, when there was a flourishing refineries in Kaduna, in Port Harcourt, some in Warri, and the network of pipelines that were pumping petroleum products to different depots across the country. Then the third phase had to do with the collapse of the system, where all the refineries were closed down. When we resorted, the biggest black nation on earth became a net importer of petroleum products. And now we are at a pace where we are reclaiming our lost grounds, where we have the single largest single-train refinery in the world. So that the crisis in the Middle East, there are nations that are rationing petrol. There are nations that are even encouraging their people to drive slowly so as to conserve fuel. That's how bad things are. But we are still standing on our 2 feet. Let's celebrate Nigeria. Let's unite as a people, and may our progress be forever. Thank you so much, the young men and women of Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much, Your Excellency. We'll just wait back for pictures quickly. Please, can we have members of the high table join us for some pictures? Please, let's have members of the high table join us for some pictures. Your Excellency, please be taking pictures.
Yes.
And just after that, we will also take pictures with the Lateef Jakande Fellowship followers. So please, let's get ready. The Lateef Jakande Fellowship followers, please get ready.
And also, we would like to kindly request for a special one with the Masters of Ceremony, if His Excellency will indulge us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. Ria, did you listen to that speech?
It was such a powerful speech, but I didn't expect anything less from the Vice President of the Republic of Nigeria. So I expected that. Please, let's put our hands together once again for that very powerful speech. We love Nigeria. Yes. Nigeria continues to stand tall.
Yes.
Very beautiful one.
Yes.
The members, the Lateef Jakande Fellowship followers, please, are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, so we come next for the pictures. The fellows.
The fellows. Yes, kindly.
All right, so we'll do that really quickly, please.
Quickly, please.
The fellows, please, let's do that very fast. Thank you.
Yes, please, so that you can make room for us.
Let's do that very fast, please. The fellows, let's do that very fast. We'll do that very fast. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You see, there's so much
Lateef Jakande Leadership Academy.
Yes.
We have our fellows taking pictures right now.
Alumni, I think they say alumni. Okay, the fellows, you know, we had a special request that the MCs also need to have this memorable and historic moment. Yes, and please remember that there is going to be a fireside chat, please. People have blocked us.
Let's not forget, we still have a fireside chat with His Excellency, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the President, Office of the Vice President, Senator Ibrahim Hassan. Let's not forget, Hadeji, we still have that, fireside chat. And let's not forget that just after the event, the media, we have to meet for a post-media briefing just at the back. All media, please pay attention. Just after the event, we'll have to meet for the post-media briefing. Once again, the media will all have to meet at the back for the post-media briefing. Please, let's not forget about the post-media briefing.
Yes, the press center is right at the back of the hall. If you walk up to the ushers, they are going to direct you appropriately. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, may we take our seats so that we can continue and finish the program on time. Thank you very much for your indulgence. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us please kindly take our seats so that we can do the fireside chat and conclude the program it was started. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget there's still going to be a fireside chat. So please, let's take our respective seats. Let's take our respective seats. There's still going to be a fireside chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let us take our seats so that we can continue with the program as the Deputy Chief of Staff graces the stage for a fireside chat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us free the Deputy Chief of Staff because we are going to prepare him for the fireside chat. Can we please kindly take our seats? Please, ladies and gentlemen, please let's take our seats. We are going to continue the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please. The Deputy Chief of Staff is seated in the hall. Let us kindly take our seats as the program continues. Thank you. Thank you very much for your indulgence. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we introduce yes, the fireside chat moderators.
All right, so we're about to start with a very, very important fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we need to be seated. We're about to have a fireside chat. We've not ended the program yet. And also, media, please don't forget that just after the program, we are all meeting for a post-media meeting. So just after the program, media, please don't forget. But we're about to get ready for the fireside chat. So ladies and gentlemen, please, let's be seated.
Is it 3?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we need one additional chair.
So we'll need one more additional chair on the stage, please. And please, ushers, let's do well to let everyone be on their seats for this very important fireside chat. The event has not ended yet. We have not ended the event yet, please. The event has not ended yet.
Our distinguished guests, fellow youths and leaders, please, let's kindly take our seats.
All right, so please, let's invite to join us on stage, Ama Emina, Technical Assistant to the Commissioner for Finance, Lagos State. Please have us join us on stage. All right, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into the fireside chat. The event has not ended yet. Media, the event has not ended yet, please. We're still about to do the fireside chat. We have one of the panelists that has joined us on stage, please. Okay, all right. Let's also bring on Oluwaseyi Maya Kagwari, please. Let's bring the person up stage. Do we have the person here? Okay. Thank you so much. All right, so the fireside chat is about to begin. Please, the event has not ended yet. The event has not ended yet.
Yes.
We're about to have a very powerful fireside chat. The event has not ended yet. Please, most distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've not officially closed the event. We have one last fireside chat before we officially say goodbye.
And now, please allow me to read the citation of His Excellency, the Deputy Chief of Staff. Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadija is the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President in the Office of the Vice President of Nigeria, a lawyer, investment banker, and experienced public servant. He left banking to serve as State Attorney General and later as Secretary to the State Government, and held the position of the Deputy Governor twice from 2003 to 2007 and 2015 to 2019. From 2019 to 2023, he represented Jigawa Northeast in the Senate, where he chaired the Committee on Environment and was Vice Chairman of the Committees on Public Accounts. He oversees and coordinates the activities of the National Economic Council on behalf of the Chairman, the Vice President of Nigeria. He coordinates the activities of the Anticipatory Action Task Force, which focuses on proactive disaster preparedness, particularly in flood management, aligning with global frameworks such as the Sendai Framework and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. He chairs the core working group on human capital development under the National Economic Council, leading initiatives aimed at improving education, healthcare, financial inclusion, and skills training across Nigeria. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I give you His Excellency Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadeja. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Vice President, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, all dignitaries present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ama Emina, and today I have with me my colleague.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwaseyi Mayakagwari, and it's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. Thank you.
The pleasure as well. Today, we will be moderating this groundbreaking session together. And for the sake of time, I'm just going to dive right into the questions. Thank you for having us, sir.
Thank you very much.
For decades, youth development has been a line item for palliatives. But as a member, an alumni of the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, we see ourselves as a new grade of infrastructure. How is the presidency going beyond those typical youth programs to ensure that young professionals like those in this crowd are structurally embedded into the federal government's economic and governance engines?
Well, thank you very much. I think just to, I'm sure you'll have gleaned from the speech of the Vice President, where he made reference to the demographic shift in terms of appointment in key positions at the federal government, that highlights the fact that the government goes, is putting its money where its mouth is. It's one thing to say, oh, you are pro-youth government, and to arrange for various intermittent empowerment programs that may be temporary in nature. It's another thing to actually identify young people and give them responsible roles in very, very critical sectors of government. Today we have a lot of agencies that are being run by young people under the age of 40. I'll give you an example. Even within the office of the Vice President and indeed the presidency, a lot of the political aides qualify as youth by any definition you can imagine. If you take out some of the older people appointed, people like me, that tend to dilute the average, you're looking at about maybe 30, 40 people with an average age of about 40. And that goes a long way. And it's very, very important because, if you put young people in positions of authority, then they shape policy, they shape government thinking. That's why you have a lot of innovative programs today like NEL Fund, the Educational Loan Fund that's today has disbursed close to 120 billion naira to almost 700,000 students. That is youth empowerment in action. You have programs like the 3MTT program run by the Minister of Communications, who is also a very young man. And we're talking of applicants in excess of 2 million today that are holding those positions. You have programs like the implementation of the startup bill. You have programs like the Youth Academy. You have within the Office of the Vice President, we have been trying to take some of the programs that we inherited that are policy biased and move them into action-oriented programs. I'll give you an example, Jubilee Fellows Program, which is a program with the UNDP that's supposed to not just simply empower youth, but identify graduates, engage with potential employers so that there's a mentorship program. You are attached to an employer and you are paid a stipend for about 12 months, in essence, an internship. At the end of those 12 months, you'll have achieved, composite training, you will have achieved leadership skills, and a lot of the time, most of those interns are actually retained
that institution, and it's driven by demand. So it's not simply creating empowerment programs or skill development programs, and then there may be a mismatch between what the industry needs, what the workforce needs, and what you are doing. It's the essence, a bottom-up approach, engaging the private sector, engaging industrialists, and saying, what do you want? Now, that input is shaping government programs. The Vice President chairs the National Council on Skills, which essentially is the top policy-making body. Typically, it sits maybe once a year, the case. Because of that interaction we've had with the private sector members and the council, Nasima and so on and so forth, and the Minister of Education driving the National Board for Technical Education, this year alone, we've had 4 meetings. We're having a 5th meeting in about 2 weeks' time. And it's essentially changing the curriculum, changing the directive, changing the curriculum in the universities, as opposed to say, let's just do the skills development. But what kind of skills? You can invest a lot of money in developing a skill set that is not needed by the workplace. Now, if you have a bottoms-up approach, in which case engaging private sector and saying what kind of skills are there, then it now drives down right into the school curriculum to say these are the kind of skills required. So you are producing essentially skill programs that are fit for purpose. These are deliberate government policies that tend to focus more on not just the policy perspective, but the implementation.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. A round of applause for him, please. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. What you said was very pertinent, tailoring government programs to globally relevant requirements or trends. Very, very valid, sir. Now, when the Vice President was speaking earlier, he talked about cooperation between public institutions and private enterprises. So we want to look at how the federal government is working to de-risk the next generation of young people, because we know that the private sector is not as enthusiastic as the public sector is most of the time in these kinds of investments. And that's understandable because the private sector is for profit. And so they have to see returns. Now, the question is, what institutional guardrails is the federal government building to make it easier for the private sector to invest in young Nigerians, treating us as a primary asset class rather than a liability?
I think the answer goes back to exactly the same thing that I mentioned earlier on, which is involving the private sector ab initio in creating the skill set that they require. Okay, the private sector is involved in the National Council on Skills. The private sector is involved in programs like I said, the Jubilee Fellows program. When you talk of de-risking a young man, it's not the same thing as maybe de-risking credit for infrastructure development or so on and so forth. So we have to look at it from that perspective. Yes. De-risking means hiring somebody that is not fit for purpose. If we tap you for your ask, what do you want? What kind of skill sets are you looking for? And then we create a platform, like I said, where we identify young people, graduates, job leavers, and say, okay, we have identified them, they're fit for purpose, and we're giving them to you for 1 year. We will pay for that period. Within that period, they're with you, they're learning from you. It's like I said, it's almost like a form of internship. So essentially, that's, for want of a better word, the de-risking process involved, where you are not taking somebody that might not be fit for your purpose that you may sack after 12 months. No, but we are saying, okay, take these young people, work with them, we're going to pay them a stipend, and then give us feedback, as to how they are doing. And you'll be surprised that, like I said, the retainership is maybe 70-75% because of the screening process that you have done for them. And you now find, the private sector coming back to say, we need 2, 3, 4 more or something. And you find them even investing in the process itself, because this was a joint venture between the federal government and the UNDP. We have private sector funds coming in because they are investing in their future. They are creating a platform that will give them quality people that will essentially end up working for them. Same thing in the Council on Skills. We're involving the private sector, the NASIMA, the Dangotes of this world, to give us an idea of the kind of jobs that they are looking for. I mean, the Dangote refinery, depending on who you are talking to, is employing maybe 6,000 to 7,000 people. A chunk of them are expatriates. It doesn't make sense for a businessman to be paying dollars to expatriates if he can get local people that will pay an hour for. So they are willing to say, okay, we even want to invest in creating the platform that it will show that our schools are graduating the kind of people we can employ directly. We want to take up Nigeria not just for the sake of patriotism, but for the sake of its bottom line. So these are the kind of, for want of a better, the de-risking process involves working with the private sector themselves, so that they tell us what they want. That impacts on curriculum. Our curriculum has been changing. As far back as 2022, I think there was a complete shift in school curriculum from the Ministry of Education. And from the Skill Council, we're working on particular skills so that by the time you translate the policy of the Skills Council into actionable skill set at the various levels, they are going to provide a situation where people that emerge from that process are fit for purpose. They could have a situation where even before people graduate, there are people waiting to take them up. So I think there's no better de-risking than adopting that approach.
All right, thank you for that insightful feedback, sir. At the LGLA, we see ourselves as the pilot of a system that works. But for every one of us, there are millions of high potential young people in every state that are seeking similar opportunities. So how do we transition from a Lagos-based success story to a unified national standard? And what is the roadmap to ensure that every state has a talent incubator that feeds directly into a national leadership pipeline?
You'll be surprised that, we're celebrating Lagos today because it's a collaboration between Lagos and the Office of the Vice President. But there are a lot of states that are doing similar policies and programs that Lagos is doing. 2 weeks ago, the Vice President wrote a commendation letter to the Governor of Kaduna State for what he's doing in the skill sector targeting young people. And I dare say that there's a lot of other states that are doing so. What is needed is coordination, and that's where the convening power of the Office of the Vice President comes into play. For example, there's the capacity as chairman of the National Economic Council. Once in a while, in engaging states, you come across a program that we believe merits national coverage. So using the peer review mechanism of the group of 36 governors, is to present this, at that level, so that other states who have similar programs, who have not even started or embarked on that journey, can look at trailblazers like Lagos and then take a cue from there. That's why I have a situation where states, I worked at the state level before I came here, and very, very regularly we used to send people out to other states, embed them for 2 or 3 weeks, find out what is going in a particular sector that we think is worth emulating, and to come back. Just like we have other states. I remember in, this was 20-something years ago, Lagos State sent a team to Jigawa State to have a look at our contributory pension scheme. And that was the beginning of contributory pension at that point in time. And to talk on that, anchors the reason why I'm a true believer in giving youth a platform to serve. Because I was given a platform to serve. I joined public service at the age of 34. Some of our ideas were radical, they were far-fetched, but it produced a lot of policies that today are at the forefront of development everywhere you go. So, the way to do that is to nationalize some of these programs. what Lagos is doing. And I'm sure this will be the subject of conversation at different fora where you have all the governors present, so that, could be like, if you are already doing something along that line, look at Lagos's exemplary whatever and learn from it. If you haven't started, it's a good idea to start. But I can assure you a lot of states are doing exactly the same thing or something similar to what Lagos is doing with the Latif Jakande Academy.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give the Deputy Chief of Staff a round of applause? Thank you, sir. We're gradually drawing the curtains on this fireside chat. But before we go, and before we ask a final question, let's ask a semi-final question, sir. Beyond today's conversation, as young people, we desire more than the conversations and the talks. We desire a mandate for ourselves, and not just ourselves, for our future generation. So if we are to see youth leadership as strategic infrastructure, what is that one executive mandate that you would like to see achieved by 2027 to ensure that this pipeline that we've just talked about becomes a permanent and a non-negotiable feature of governance in Nigeria?
I think the only way you can do that is really through legislation. And I'm glad, even though they have left now, I'm glad we had representation from the National Assembly. With that, legislation takes away option and choice. So it doesn't depend on the whims and caprices of a governor, I'll give you an example which I said during our pre-briefing press conference. Rwanda today has more women in government and in legislature than any other part of the world, including the West. And they started in 2003, there was legislation that said 30% of government jobs of places in the legislature were reserved for women. The surprising thing is that now it's about 70%, okay? And it got to 70% because the 30% that were there by government fiat, legislative fiat, were doing so well that other places were now saying, let's elect women instead of men. You understand? So that is the positive. It's a double-edged sword. If you had elected women who did not perform, the reverse would have been the case. You would have stopped at that 30%. So we need to come up with, like I said, legislation. Legislation makes it mandatory. Legislation takes out options. But in so doing, we have to be very, very careful in coming up with legislation that takes care of the pros and cons, as well. We can't, it's not a choice. If 70% of the Nigerian population is under 35, 60% under 25, like the Vice President said, you cannot exclude 70% of your population from actively participating in government, because everything you do in government affects them. So I think you're going to see a situation where it's no longer going to be a topic for discussion, but something that is actually made the law. It's worked in other places. I don't see why it cannot work for Nigeria. No, you could, not necessarily you could have, there's a big push now for women participation, okay? Already you find that in the political space, for example, I know most political parties give women free forms for legislative offices. I don't know why that hasn't been made free for youths under a certain age, even though the entry level has been dropped. Maybe they're afraid that the number that will apply will be overwhelming, But I think this is something that, we can start along those lines, voluntarily putting affirmative action in place to ensure that youths are elevated, and then gradually getting to a position where you are not even given the choice. 30% of commissioner positions have to be under a certain age. And we are seeing it, happen. You look at, give you an example, the development commissions that were just set up by the president. The Southeast Development Commission has a young man in place. And you can obviously see the difference in drive and energy from the Southeast Development Commission versus the other development commission. So it's youth themselves that will reinforce that mandate. Any small position you find yourself, excel, do it well, so that it can be a rallying point for people like us to move aside and say, it's time to bring, younger people on board.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Whatever it is you are asked to do, do it well Finally, sir, what is your message to young Nigerians today who aspire to lead, build, and make an impact in Nigeria?
My message is participate. When you talk about, we want youth in government, we want youth in power process, power doesn't come to you. Power is not served a la carte. It's like a famous position. You need to work for it. You need to identify the opportunities present in government, in the public sector, and go for them. It's for me, I don't need to be convinced. I gave an example yesterday at the press briefing. Last week I was in Lagos. We went to launch a program also, the Office of the Vice President and UNDP, on uniports, university ports, essentially creating specific spaces within universities that will give young people a chance to showcase their talent. We've started with 6, and they're all specific to where they are being set up. In Lagos, the uniport is on artificial intelligence. It's been in place, we just want to launch it. And we had a marketplace where young people use that platform and the AI ecosystem to present their inventions. What shocked me, 6, 7 stands we went to, was the topics that shaped their inventions. Real life topics that we were discussing at the highest level. Agriculture, somebody had an invention to address post-harvest loss. Healthcare, somebody had an invention for remote diagnosis in the primary healthcare system. Real life issues solutions being thought of by people in their 20s. So you can imagine it's not about age, it's all about the talent, it's all about the innovative ideas and the energy and the drive and the inquisitiveness of the young mind. And if we don't tap into that resource, I believe that our progress as a nation will be seriously drawn back.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Please, can we give him a round of applause? We are concluding this session now, and we'd just like to reiterate that youth development must go beyond programs, as we all will agree, to becoming a strategic infrastructure for the sustainability of our dear nation, Nigeria. And we see that we still have work to do. We still have a long way to go, regardless of the efforts that have been put in place. So I say to us this afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us get to work. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, His Excellency, Senator Ibrahim Hassan.
Thank you so much,
for
sir.
your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. What an insightful
All right, let's do pictures
session.
quickly.
Okay.
Please don't leave. Let's do pictures quickly. Thank
Yes.
you. That was a really great panel session, if you ask me.
It was truly insightful. The Deputy Chief of Staff has really done justice to this fireside chat. There's no denying the fact that he's a technocrat and one who knows how the establishment works and how they are, putting efforts in place to make for the plight of the Nigerian youth and also the common man in Nigeria.
And it's so beautiful that we get to put Nigeria on the forefront. We get to speak about our youths and have this really beautiful conversations about them. Today has been nothing but fantastic. Today, a lot has been learned. The Abuja Dialogue 2026 definitely one for the books.
Exactly. And we cannot wait to see, the
All right, let's have the fellows join us, please. Fellows, please join us. Alumni and fellows, please join us. Let's do a good photo session. Alumni and fellows, please join us. Media, please let's not forget that just after this event, we have a post-event media press briefing. Let's not forget, and put in this again, media, please don't forget that just after this event, we're all going to meet at the back there for the post-event media press briefing.
Yes, and distinguished guests, please kindly note that lunch is ready. So the same place we took our breakfast, that is where we are going to go to take our lunch. So you can kindly take note of that. Thank you very much.
Let's not forget, once again, media, just after the event, we are all meeting for a post-event media press briefing. All media, please don't forget that just after the event, we are all meeting for a post-event media press briefing. Very, very important to have all our media join us. Also, let me let you know that food is being served. Lunch is ready. Just where you had your breakfast, we have prepared lunch for you as well. But media, once again, is very important that you wait behind for the post-event media press briefing.
All right, so let's get ready. Please, those that are going to bring the communique for the presentation should prepare it, because immediately after the photo session, we are going to take that procession, and then we move for the media briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is ready. Please, as we move out, let's utilize. They'll bring it. Please, let's prepare the communique while the Deputy Chief of Staff is still here, so that we can do the presentation of the communique.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we are taking pictures, let's prepare the communique, please. It's very important so we can get that done. Also, media, once again, once we're done with this event, we will head over for the event media press briefing. Very important. All media, once again, we're going to have a post-event press media briefing.
And kindly note that there is a lot of food that is prepared for everybody here. So make sure to drop by the dome and take your lunch so that it will not waste. Thank you very much. So while we still have the Deputy Chief of Staff, please let's do well to bring the communique for the presentation, and then we'll call it a day. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic day it has been. The Abuja Dialogue 2026 has been a very huge success. I'm super honored to be part of the MCs for this very auspicious
and indeed,
event.
It is a singular honor and privilege to share the stage with the amazing Rakiat Abdul, the one that we have been hearing about, and I've been watching you online and also on TVC, and today is like a dream come true for me.
Exactly. What a beautiful day it has been. What we have learned at this dialogue are things that will go with us for a very, very long time. I'm very honored to have emceed this event because as a youth, I am very passionate about what we do. I believe that the youths are the future of tomorrow, and I believe that it's time the youths have to get into governance. Ladies and gentlemen, as Hajia Rakia Abdul Karim, it's been a fantastic time emceeing this event. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in Lagos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and bye for now.
Okay, so now we can now do the to coming within. Okay.
Do you have any
Committee members, please join us to take pictures. Lateef Jakande Leadership Academy. Committee members, please join us. All right, so please let's have committee members.